Morning, everyone. Welcome to special council meeting of Tuesday, December 1st. Call the meeting to order. Ask for a motion, please, for the adoption of the agenda. Councillor Elmsley and O'Reilly. All in favor? That's passed. Is there any disclosure of pecuniary interest in anything on today's agenda? Seeing none. We don't have any deputations or correspondence. We'll move right into reports. Item 6.1 is an overview of the proposed 2021 operating budget. It's a report just to be received for information, but I'll ask Director Stover just to give us a quick 2 or 3 minute overview, if you would, and we'll see if there's any questions before we receive the report. Go ahead.
Thank you. So the report in front of you is just giving you a highlight of what's happening so far with our operating budget, just to give you some comfort level on what's as you deliberate the capital budget. So currently as it stands, we're sitting a little bit over 4% in the operating budget, but we do have some thoughts on how we can get that down so that the budget that you actually receive will be in the 3 to 3.5% range, which is typically what council is in favor of. It's important to note that all of the tax levy increase that will be proposed for 2021 is going to support the operating budget. So there is no tax levy impact to the capital budget that you have in front of you. The operating pressures are sufficient enough that that's driving all of the tax levy increase. On page 3 of the report is a quick list of the key drivers that are making up that $4.8 million tax levy pressure that we have today. Salaries and benefits of $2.1 million. This is a typical driver every year. We have a number of collective agreements in place that require a cost of living increase, as well as a defined salary grid. So there's movement through the grid as staff are here longer. So that's a typical increase that we see. Winter control, we're looking at a pressure of about $500,000. Waste management, there's 2 significant increases there that are contractual. That's driving the $1.5 million. There are some other offsets in waste that help to bring that down, but those are 2 significant pressures. The Victoria Manor budget increase of $800,000. About $500,000 of that's related to pandemic pressures that they're expecting for next year. And you'll see that there's a number of items on the chart that have an asterisk beside them. What we're looking at is we did get some pandemic relief money from the government, the higher levels of government, and so we'll look to see if we can offload some of those pandemic-related costs against those funds. The health unit has a budget pressure of about $400,000. Those are our key expense pressures, and then on the revenue side, again, we're looking at our arena and hall revenue being down, our investment income's down, and transit fees are down. Those are all, we believe, directly related to the pandemic. The landfill tipping fees are down about $100,000. And then, of course, we always have a tax levy adjustment. That's to factor in the growth in assessment that's occurred throughout 2020 that will form part of our tax roll for 2021. So that's how we get down to our $4.8 million tax levy requirement. And again, we're still looking at that with the goal of bringing that in between the 3 and 3.5% tax levy, which is typically what we would look to. The other key thing to note in the report is some information about the pandemic. We did receive some funds, so we've got $4.8 million from the federal and provincial government. And that's to be used for pandemic-related operating costs. We've talked about this before. There's a requirement for us to do some reporting in March of 2021. So we would expect that we will hold on to those funds until we've done that full reporting, know what we need to do with those dollars, and also to see as the 2020 year end rolls through what pressures we also have for 2021. So at this point, we're recommending that we just hold on to those funds. Then there's an additional almost $400,000 of COVID-19 resilience infrastructure grant that we are eligible for. So that's an allocated amount to us, but we do have to apply for it. And that's to be used for capital infrastructure related to the pandemic. So supporting physical distancing, social infrastructure, active transportation, or disaster mitigation projects. And so staff will be putting forward a application for that grant.
Thank you. So when will we get information on that final grant? What was applied for? It's an allocation, right? So that 391, that has to be in middle of December, I believe?
Correct. The application goes in middle of December, and then I assume we'll hear back early in the new year.
So probably before operating budget, we'll have an idea of what we can allocate those funds to and what we're
Correct.
allowed to. Perfect. Councillor Elmsley, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for the report. When we do the operating budget, could we get an explanation on the investment income being lower? Seeing as how we look at the stock market hitting new highs, and just if we can have a bit of an explanation on why we expect the investment income to be lower. And the other thing, could we see what the school board increase is for 2021 and how that affects the budget as well?
We can do that.
Thank you. And of course, if we could put together something that shows consultants and what we're spending on consultants for 2021. Thank you.
That would be part of the special projects budget, wouldn't it? Consultants, for the most part?
Correct.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, what I'm interested in there is we lump consultants together, and some of them, like if we hire somebody to do roads or a project, they're considered consultants, along with if we hire Watson and Associates to do DC study as an example. And I'm more interested in the studies than I am in the other consultants that we get for capital projects and things, because I think those make sense, and those are probably necessary because we may not have the skill set to do it, but the ones that we hire to do studies and things, I think breaking those out so we can see where they are is something that interests me.
Thank you. Councillor Dunn, go ahead.
The $4.8 million, thank you, Mr. Mayor. The $4.8 million from the federal and the provincial governments, is that related to, or is it tied into the 2021 tax season, or does it also cover off expenses from the 2020 tax season?
So the intent, through the mayor, the intent of those dollars is to help offset our pandemic-related expenses. So we need to report, or lost revenue. So we need to report back in March of 2021 how much of that 4.8 we've exhausted in 2020. But those dollars are also intended to cover any pandemic-related relief or costs or pressures that we have for 2021 related to the pandemic as well. And so that's why we're recommending we hold on to that until mid of 2021 when we have the year-end results for 2020. And then at that point, we'll have a better handle on what impact the pandemic's having on us, if any, in 2021.
Okay, so the $5 million that we've already exceeded, so right now, of the funds available to us, we're $200,000 over without anticipating what's coming in 2021?
Yep, correct.
Oh, so I guess my idea of applying some of that to the Victoria Manor just went down the drain. Okay, all right, that's good. No, I just had I didn't know whether that was out floating around for the 20, that they were looking after 20, or they had looked after 2020 already, but that's not the case, so, okay, I'm good. I'm not good, but I understand now.
Thank you. Any further questions on the report for operating budget update that was asked for? Can I get a motion then that report CORP 2020-019, the proposed 2021 operating budget update, be received, please? Councillor Ashmore and Richardson. Any other further questions? All in favor? That's passed. Thank you. 6.2 is the options report in your agenda, options for disposition of the 2019 surplus. We asked staff to come back with some information on giving a direct rebate to residents, what that would look like, but again, I'll turn it over to Director Stover to give us a bit of an overview, and then we'll deal with the report.
Sure, thank you. So this report, the recommendation is that we maintain the 2019 surplus of almost $3 million, to maintain that in the contingency reserve and to use it for community, economic, and corporate pandemic recovery initiatives. We did do the analysis as requested by council on giving a rebate to residents, and you'll see a chart at the bottom of page 2 of the report. The rebate that the average property owner would receive really isn't significant. You know, average residential home would see $65. If you look at the broad range of assessment value on homes, you could see a refund of anywhere from 5 cents to about $200. So that just gives you the swing of what that would look like. But it really just isn't, as staff, we didn't believe that that was really a good use of money. Residents would see that one-time relief. The following year, they would get the pressure of having to pay this amount plus whatever increase we put in next year. And you know, as we deal with the pandemic and some of the initiatives that we want to do for community recovery, there is no funding source for those. So we would end up putting in a tax levy increase in order to fund those and to be able to give a rebate to the residents. So it probably would wash out in the end. So our recommendation is that we use that $3 million, leave it in the contingency reserve for now, earmarked specifically for the pandemic. And then those funds would be available to council as we go through this budget, go through decision units. You could allocate those $3 million in whole or in part to whatever initiatives you felt were important.
Thank you. I think it's important to note that when we talk about the range of rebate for the different property types, that the rebate would be based, and correct me if I'm wrong, Director, but the rebate would be based on the tax levy increase. So when you say a range of 5 cents to $200, the residences, the more expensive residents, higher assessed value, that get the bigger increase would be offset with a bigger rebate, whereas the other residents, so it's not like your taxes are going to go up 5 cents and you're going to get a $200 rebate. It's going to be directly relative, offsetting the tax levy increase you would get. So if your taxes were only going up 5 cents, you would get a 5 cent rebate to offset that. So is that correct?
Correct. So the calculation was done based on weighted assessment. So depending on the value of your home determines the level of rebate that you would get. But the average value of a home in Kawartha Lakes is just under $400,000, and so that's what that resident would see, that you see in the chart, that's what that resident would receive.
Thank you. Councillor Richardson, go ahead.
Thank you, and through you, it's more of a comment than a question. At this time, I know most of us have heard from residents regarding getting that rebate back, and the consensus that I know I've heard is, you know what, put it somewhere where we can use it collectively, and I think it's a good plan moving forward to leave it where it is right now, just so we do have those funds for our social and economic recovery, because that way we're not looking for it in the future. Just a thought.
Thank you. Would you be willing to move the recommendation, Councillor? You will. That report, Corp 2020-018, disposition of 2019 surplus be received. That the 2019 surplus of $2,999,743 be maintained in the contingency reserve for the purpose of funding community, economic, and corporate pandemic recovery initiatives. Moved by Councillor Richardson, second by Councillor Vale. Any further questions, comments? Councillor Ashmore?
Thank you. Just a couple comments, and then I had I could ask for a friendly amendment. Back in early October, you had suggested a couple of options for these monies. One of them was a rebate, which we've looked at and doesn't really seem to be that much effective to the people. But one of the other things was reinvesting, and people have told me, like, why not put it into roads and infrastructure? That's basically 100% of what the people have told me. So, I think maybe we should look at maybe putting part of it into it. Back in, I guess it was August, forget the date, but in Fenelon Falls, I wasn't there, but you were there, and Mr. Mayor and our MPP, Laurie Scott, Minister of Infrastructure, announced, I think it was 4.3 or 4.8 million, and it was supposed to close the gap. It says, close the gap. We need the money to close the gap, and that money was supposed to do that because of our expenses were up and our revenue was down. So, like, I just feel that, if we could maybe put maybe 500,000 into roads and infrastructure, and the rest could go into that fund. Another option was that we were talking about, I distinctly remember talking about it, that we would divide that $3 million into eight wards, and that would be 375,000 per ward, and each ward councillor would discuss with staff how to allocate that money. That was an option too. So I guess I'll just be right to the point. If I could get a friendly amendment that 500,000 of this 3 million be allocated to roads and infrastructure, and the remainder be put towards the infrastructure.
Just as a note, Councillor, for pandemic, for the contingency reserve, that money can be tapped for any decision units that council chooses. One of the decision units coming forward is the Fenelon Downtown, which is roads and infrastructure, which was a top priority of the task force. So, we're going to get to those decision units after we've gone through the budget, but it's going into the contingency reserve. Obviously, we've got pressures with the pandemic task forces coming forward, and that was the rationale for putting it in there. And we can allocate different things the rest of this year, next year, toward recovery, which obviously infrastructure is a part of that. So I'm not sure, unless you have a specific project you're targeting, and if that's the case, we can put it in the reserve and you can bring it forward as a decision unit. But to take 500,000 and put it into roads, what roads? We've got, it doesn't make any sense. So you'll need to clarify before
I don't
we
have
can
any
accept
specific
that as a
roads.
friendly.
It's got to be equitable throughout the whole city, obviously, but I just think that it should be, like, we're always wanting more money into the life cycle extension programs and fund, and we're always tapping into it. We're always asking for another 200,000 or 300,000, usually by midpoint of the year. And then why not put this in that fund, and we have it there, so we don't have to go into these contingency funds.
Well, this is a contingency reserve, and that's exactly what it is there for. If we choose to fund the life cycle extension in the spring and add to it like we have the last 2 years, we have funds in the contingency reserve to do that. Whether it's this fund or our regular contingency reserve, there is money in the reserve to do that. So I think we're talking about the same thing. We don't need to allocate it any differently.
Okay, so we can look at it down the road about a couple of months. Okay, that's fine.
So Riley?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, you just, I was going down the same road. We still have options to do that going down the road, and we had the task force, and they identified the needs, and so we'll be able to tap into them. And when the roads need study, or with the requirements in the spring or the discussion in the spring, we can still use it then, as well as other special projects. So I think it's the best place for it.
Agree. Thank you. Any further questions? We have a mover and a seconder for the motion. All in favor? That's passed. Thank you. 6.3 is an update on single source for contract administration and site inspection for the downtown reconstruction. This is just allocating some leftover funds. Again, I'll ask Jennifer to give us a quick update on that, and if there's any roads questions, we'll refer it to engineering, but go ahead.
Thank you. So just a quick overview. So this is looking to do the contract award for the downtown reconstruction phase 3. So we'd be awarding that to CEMA Canada in the amount of $484,228. But really the good news in this report is that we've identified approximately $1 million in surplus funds in this budget. So the third recommendation is relieving the roads component of that project, reducing the budget by about $733,000, And then the fourth resolution is reducing the water and sewer component of that budget by $570,000. So good news overall, that we've got some extra funds that we can disperse back to their original funding source to be used for other purposes.
Thank you. Questions? Councillor Dunn? You'll move it as printed. Second by Councillor O'Reilly. Any further questions, comments? Councillor O'Reilly?
I don't know if Councillor Dunn had any or not. Go ahead.
Yeah, the only thing I'm going to say is SEMA's done a good job. They provide the continuity. As we're going through the downtown restructuring, we've changed our construction companies a couple of times. We're changing it again this time. So the continuity is provided by SEMA, and they've done a good job, and they work well, so that's why I support it.
No, I agree. And getting that tender out as an early start got us some good pricing on it, which allowed us to save some money. So good news all around. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think it's a good news story, and as Councillor Dunn has said, they worked on Colburn Street. I just think one downtown is more complicated with all the businesses and that, so I think it's really important that we have SEMA there to work with them and make sure everything goes as smoothly as possible, because he said there's 3 different contractors, so I think it's a good report, and they're a good company.
Councillor Seymour Fagan?
Yes, I just wanted to give a thanks to engineering for finding that extra money so we can go forward and move fast on these projects, because this is quite a bit of money, and to be able to move and get these projects done so the shops can open, I think that's fantastic.
Don't give Juan too much credit for the extra money. It was a tender, but we know what you're saying. We don't want him to get a swelled head that he found the money, but good news all around. You're right. Any further questions on that project? All in favor? That's passed. Thank you. Thanks, Jennifer. You're going to stick around, I assume, as we go through the budget? Okay. So item 7 is the proposed tax-supported capital budget. So if you brought your bookies, so what we'll do is we'll go through the line by line on the 7.1, which is a review of the 2020 tax-supported capital budget. So we'll just go through it. We got lots of time here, folks, so I'll go as slow as I can, but if I miss something, if you want to go back, don't feel like we've turned a page and we can't go back and discuss, and then at the end we'll make our if we make any adjustments as we go through it. If there's anything we want to change or add, we'll put that on as a decision unit, and we'll deal with that after we've gone through the 2021 capital budget, if everybody's okay with that. So we'll start with, and some of the questions that were put forward, as we go through the budget, we'll cross-reference those with the questions and answers that were received to make sure that everybody's satisfied with the what they got. So I guess we'll just start on well, page 4 is the summary, 5, 6 is the summary of the budget. Page 7 is the multi-year capital projects, and the supplemental information on page 8. Is there any questions on any of the multi-year capital projects before we go through them? Okay. Then if we go to page 9, we've got the first capital project under bridges. The only bridge that we're doing this year is the Mill Pond Bridge in Omemee, 1.487 million, part of the capital reserve, part of a debenture, and part of federal gas tax for funding. Any questions, comments? Anybody? Issues with the bridge? Hey? You better leave that alone. You're going to get an ugly look from across the table. Hey? We'll keep reminding him that when he wants to add roads to this year's budget. We'll keep reminding him. We have funding for the Mill Pond Bridge, so careful where you go, Councillor. Okay, no questions on the Mill Pond Bridge? Okay, we'll go down to item, I hope we're going to be that civil through the whole meeting today, eh, Emmett? Page 10 then is municipal drains, pretty straightforward, rehabilitation work and upgrades, various drains to comply with the Drainage Act. Okay, we'll go to page 11, which is the downtown project, our big project. This was already approved in an early start. The tender's been awarded. You just saw the report on some of the funds coming back as a result of the early start and the good tender. questions? Just, Councillor Yeo, go ahead.
Thank you. And just a general question on Lindsay. When are we going to be done doing all this work in Lindsay? Millions of dollars each year. And I'm getting questions from constituents. And so when are we going to start focusing on the rest of the urban areas in the city?
I don't know who we direct that to. Ron, do you want to?
Sure, through you, Mr. Mayor. So this is phase 3 of 4 for the Lindsay downtown area. So you will see another last budget item to complete the majority of those downtown works in Lindsay. You'll see later in the agenda as a decision unit, a multi-year program for downtown Fenelon Falls, reconstruction and improvements, and again, in alignment with sort of investing back in downtowns. In the 2022 deferred budget, I recall there are a couple of road projects, again, related to other downtown areas. We're also pursuing funding, for example, for some improvements along Highway 7 in Omemee. That would be in a future year as well. So I think you're going to see the majority of the works in the downtowns in Lindsay finished in 22, and some overlap with Fenelon, and then we'll just keep going in the various urban centers as we can afford it and as the need arises.
This is year 3 or 4, Councillor, for Lindsay. So this is the big year. This is the majority of the work. There's some touch up on some of the side streets next year. So there is another year, but it won't be to this extent from a dollar perspective for next year.
Oh, and I appreciate the answer, so I have something to reply to people when they ask me. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Riley?
Further, what CAO mentioned, there was also a time frame in the grant that we had to use the money up for the provincial money for the underground infrastructure too, wasn't there, Ron?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that's correct. So that is incorporated into a number of reconstruction projects, Lindsay inclusive.
I think our rural councillors are sick of hearing about the cast iron water main grant for Lindsay. So when that one's done, we'll wrap it up and move on to the councillor's point. But good, it was a good use of some funding that we were certainly eligible for and we took advantage of. Agree. Any further questions on the downtown Lindsay project? Okay, page 12 is resurfacing, the major resurfacing project for 2021 being proposed. CKL Road 48, west of CKL Road 41 to CKL Road 35. It's a continuation, I believe, isn't it, Councillor? They did a part of it this year, and then they changed a culvert with some leftover funds so that they continue on next year.
Yep, they did a great job on the first stretch, and this will fix up the second stretch. And as everybody knows, it's a highway given to us by the province many years ago, and it takes millions of dollars to upkeep it. And this will be a good step in towards the future upkeep of it until we have to do the other end down the road, but this will definitely fix it up. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions on that? Okay. We'll move over to page 13, which is rural resurfacing. 13, 14, 15, and then your supplemental information. These are all part of the 5-year capital roads plan. If there's questions, we have engineering on the line, but those are the projects according to the plan being brought forward. Any questions on rural resurfacing? Okay. And we'll move down to page 18. Which is gravel resurfacing. Same thing. These are part of the gravel resurfacing program plan that Councillor Ashmore, you had a question on that one. I'll just cross-reference with your questioning. Are these in line with the 5-year roads plan? The response was 2021 gravel resurfacing program is based on the resurfacing plan adopted by Council on September 15th of this year. So these are the gravel roads as part of our plan that we approved. So I assume you're okay with that answer?
Yeah, that's fine. I had a list from engineering. They emailed it to me there. So there's a list for each year to the year 2030. Is that list still going to be adhered to? Like they had certain roads for 2022, 3, 4 down the road right to the end of the decade. Is that something that would probably be, we could work with?
Yeah, I think it's the road's plan. I think they evaluate it every year. If some deteriorate faster than others, or others aren't as in bad shape as they thought, then they'll make adjustments as they go. But I think that's the plan moving forward. But we can ask Juan if you want to get a confirmation from Juan, I'm pretty sure. There he is. Welcome, sir. Did you hear the question?
I did. Good morning, Mayor. So yeah, you're absolutely correct. That list was prepared by our engineering department this year. We meet with Public Works monthly throughout the year, and more importantly, we ramp up those meetings closer to the spring thaw, and then we adjust both the life cycle extension and the gravel resurfacing program accordingly. It's a moving document. We will update it and edit it on a yearly basis.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions on gravel resurfacing? Councillor Vail?
Just a quick question. So you've got down for Elm Street and Duke Street in Woodville for gravel resurfacing. We've had this conversation before. I'm just not sure where we're going with this, right? Both those sections are unopened road allowances. They're in the middle of the village. And I'm questioning if we need to gravel them, then why aren't we just hard topping them like all the other streets in town? Nobody lives on them. They don't go anywhere.
Director?
So it's a very small section. You can see we're only allocating $2,000 for each of them. We do have a policy that says we hard top the road once they reach a certain threshold of traffic. Recognizing that other streets are grandfathered in that don't meet that threshold, but going forward, this is a council adopted policy. There could be exceptions if council wishes to hard top them as a one-off in urban areas, but that is a slippery slope. So we are strictly following the council adopted criterion policy for gravel resurfacing.
I guess my concern is there's streets in Woodville that need to be redone that people actually live on, and they're going to watch gravel trucks and work crews go in and do two sections of street that nobody lives on and nobody travels to or through.
We could, I just have Mike beside me as well, so we could take a look at those. I believe they were open or had limited services, and there's some farm entrances off of there, but I could double check. Again, we're only allocating $2,000 respectively for each of them, so $4,000 total on page 18. If you wish, we could revisit those prior to the tender going in.
You wish? Have a review of them? Okay. Just have a look at them if you would, Director, and make sure they're Councillors' concerns. Councillor Elmsley, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm on page 24, and I'm looking at Coldstream Road, Tartan, and Lila, which are actually in Councillor Seymour Fagan's ward now. They were in mine. And again, these streets are, if they're 100 meters long, I'd be surprised. And a couple of times a year, we have to go down there with a grader and grade it, and we put them on a float, and we take them in. If we hard-topped those three streets, we'd never have to touch them again for probably 10 or 12 years. Awesome. And to me, it makes perfect sense to do three little streets like that, and to Councillor Vail's point, you know, we would save money in the long run by not having to re-gravel and to grade these roads multiple times a year. So I think maybe if somebody could look at that and see what the cost would be, I don't think it's going to be much more than the, $7,000 that's in there for gravel to hard top them. So,
Somehow I doubt that, but I guess we can ask the Director. Can you review those three as well as part of the same review, Director? The Coldstream, Tartan, and Lila?
Yes, there's also two other ones, Silver Lake and Lily Street. Again, those would look like relatively low value. The good news is if we do decide to hard top it, we would have to put gravel down anyway. So typically when we hard top a road, we pulverize a road, add a little bit of gravel prior to hard topping. So you're not saving any money. So you still have to add gravel. There's just going to be an added expense to put a high float on top of the gravel. But we would review all those prior to tendering.
Thank you. Councillor Yeo?
Yeah, and thank you. It just brings up a point, like there's a couple roads in my area that are, one's on this budget, and there's a couple more that come to mind that are exact same scenario. So maybe what we should do as a council is have each councillor just put a list together of those little roads where the grader has to travel to, and we bring them up all the time, but let's get a list of them together, and maybe it's a new program we can look at, that we can spread it out over a couple of years and get these little one-offs done. Just a thought.
Okay. Councillor Richardson?
Thank you. I'm just going to echo the same sentiments as Councillor Yeo, because I know when we do get our roads needs map, we have some roads that are, saying that they need immediate work right now, and they're not in the budget. So I think it's a small ask to maybe sit together and try to come up with a list.
What do you think, Director? We come up with a list just for information on some of these little side streets and roads and see if we can put together, won't be right now, obviously, but a project moving forward to maybe clean some of these up so we're not ongoing maintenance to the councillor's points.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll coordinate with our public works. So we have a database, but we also like to coordinate with our public works department because they're the experts on maintenance. And we'll bring a list forward of these small, low volume roads.
Okay.
Gravel roads.
And we'll get the councillors to send their roads that they have knowledge of into you as well. And you can cross-reference them. Okay, thank you.
No problem.
Everybody good? Councillor Seymour Fagan?
Yes, hi. I just have a question. There's a few roads that are on here that were in my old ward that actually I live in this area, and I walk them with the dogs and I drive them every day. And they're not terrible. So I'm just wondering how often we go, they're actually not bad at all. Certain sections are absolutely fine. So I'm just wondering how often we go out, like did we go in the fall and have a look at these and see if they needed to be done?
So they're just getting for 10 years.
Yeah, so these are just through you, Mr. Mayor. This program is strictly just for gravel roads. So these are not all the roads, just the gravel roads. Again, Adam had prepared originally it was a 10-year plan for gravel, re-graveling of the roads. I think we have, it's between 8 to 10 years now, depending on the volume of the gravel roads. So we just follow that template or that cycle. We want to make sure we have a uniform or a cyclical maintenance schedule for the gravel roads. So we top them up. Gravel gets contaminated. Even though it might look okay, you get contamination, topsoil, organics, whatever, mixed in the gravel as years go by. And that's why we're being proactive. So on a 8 to 10 year cycle, our plan is to hit all gravel roads with fresh gravel in order to improve the maintenance, improve the drainage, and minimize maintenance costs.
Okay, thank you, because then when people see the roads being done that aren't traveled quite as much, I can have an explanation as to why. So thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Ashmore?
Question through you, Mr. Mayor, to the Director. The limited service agreements that we have, is that money in a separate budget or is that included in this here? Like how much is it and is it in a separate budget? Just a question on that. Not that I want to add to it, but just wondering if it's embedded in this here.
I think it's part of Public Works, but it would be just in Public Works operating budget for roads, wouldn't it, Director? That's not a Juan question or Director Rojas question, but probably for finance. Is that operating out of Public Works?
I believe it would be in the operating budget as part of Public Works budget. Brian could clarify.
Yeah, it's just included as the agreements are part of our ongoing roads as added in, right? So, okay. Any other questions on CAO? Go ahead. You have a question on gravel road, sir? Go ahead.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I do not, but I just wanted to flag, it might be worthwhile to have a resolution so that there's some direction to report back with respect to the low-volume roads, just so that it's on the record and we get back what you need. So suggesting sort of a motion that, something to the effect of that staff be requested to list low-volume gravel roads and report back to council on the cost to hardtop those roads. And I'll leave it up to you in terms of a time frame when that might be timely for you.
Okay, you want to move that, Councillor Helmsley? Does that work? Do you want to report back by any specific time? Q1 2021? Well, that's, might be pretty tight, but how about Q2? Give them a little bit of time with the spring and everything. You okay with that? Will you second that, Councillor Yeo? Okay. Any other questions? Councillor Ashmore?
Does that bump any of these off the list here, or does that mean that these?
No,
these
that's
ones
just a
stay?
future direction to
Right.
get some more information moving forward.
Okay, thanks.
All in favor? That's passed. Thanks, Ron. Appreciate that. Okay, so that's our gravel information. We'll move into page 29, which is life cycle management. This is a standard budget we do every year. As you're aware, we get a report back in the spring after winter to see what gets allocated and where. And in the past couple of years, we've had a list of roads that didn't make the cut, and council has chosen to add some of those and add some additional funding. So we don't need to do anything here to do that. We'll just wait to see what comes back in the spring. But by putting money into the reserves like we've talked about, we do have some options come spring. Any questions on life cycle extension at this point? There's no listing here or anything. Councillor Riley?
Just more for information. Is Brian on here today? Yeah, because I was just watching the news the other night in Peterborough and said like some of the not the asphalt roads, but the oil-based roads, they're skim surfacing them, and I don't know whether that's a practice what we're doing. And so I just wondered if that's a practice in our municipality or province-wide, or is that something that's new or different?
Did you hear the question, Director?
I did, thank you. Those programs would not fall as part of the typical public works operations. Again, our responsibility is into pothole patching and local repairs and general maintenance of roads. That would likely fall within the rural resurfacing or urban resurfacing programs within engineering as an alternative to overlays. So it's probably a question better suited for Director Rojas.
We can get that at a later date, so that's not a priority for today. Just some information. Councillor Ashmore, go ahead.
Yeah, just to comment, like this life cycle extension, it's excellent program. You don't want to go have a thin spray lift on it. You want to have the 4-inch thick asphalt overlay, which is what it is. And if anybody's, we've all seen the results of it, and the people are just amazed by it, and it looks great. I mean, you don't want to skimp on that and have just a thin coating, because you won't have many. The road's not going to be as good, and the people certainly aren't going to be as happy with the result. But I certainly wouldn't want to see it go back to just spraying it with a thin surface treatment. So it's
Great.
a good program.
Yep, agree. Thank you. Anything else on life cycle management? Okay, we'll go to page 30, which is sidewalk. So we have one sidewalk in the budget for 2021, Angeline Street, Alcorn to Springdale Road. It's growth related, so you see the financing from DC Reserve and a small portion from capital. I asked a question, why is this considered a priority over those on the deferred list? It's 80% DC funded. The other proposed deferred sidewalk projects were 100% capital reserve funded. There's been growth in this area. I guess I just wanted council to be aware that other sidewalks have been deferred, not necessarily as a result of this project. This program is a good program. It just, in my opinion, it kind of came out of nowhere. I know Councillor Dunn brought it up and asked as a decision unit, and all of a sudden it was in the base budget. So if you go to page 78, the deferred projects, you'll see there's three sidewalk projects, William Street in Bobcaygeon, Monk Road in Bobcaygeon, and Green Street in Fenland Falls. So all I wanted to just raise awareness to council that those three are being deferred and this one is being proposed for this year, but those three would have to be funded directly if they were added to the budget. So I just wanted to make sure we all sort of realized where we were. Go ahead, Councillor Dunn.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a quick question from, through you to Juan. Springdale Road. It's Springdale Garden Drive. I don't know whether that makes, has any, like, I actually drove up to make sure that I wasn't wrong. And they have a north entrance and a south entrance, so I'm just kind of curious for my own information as to what the boundary is. Is it the North Springdale Drive or the South Springdale Drive? Because it's a looped road, and but there is no Springdale Road, so maybe you can help me out.
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor, you're absolutely correct. It is Springdale Drive, not road. I apologize for that typo. We are going the full limit. So there is so Elkhorn Drive, which is a new subdivision. We're going to go to the south leg of Springdale, then continue to the north leg of Springdale. So we are capturing both those sections. I believe we provided a map back at the September council meeting, identifying the limits and the treatments respectively. But I do apologize, it is Springdale Drive, not road.
Yeah, not a problem. I didn't know either, so I walked that road, so I had to go and check, so thank you.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Councillor Seymour Fagan.
Yes, I have a question. You're removing William Street and Bobcaygeon. Was that from, because I don't see it here, is that from Canal Street to King Street? Is that the damaged sidewalk? That's the brick that's rotten?
Yes, yeah, you're correct. So if you go to page 78, there's two at the bottom of page 78, one in Bobcaygeon, one in Kinmount, and then there's one at the top of page 79 in Fenland Falls. So it is the interlocking brick, I believe, that's used as a pedestrian sidewalk that is being proposed to be deferred, I guess, till 2022.
Okay. Being deferred. They're not pulled. They're just being deferred to 2022. Any other questions on sidewalks? Okay. We'll move on to page 31, which is streetlights and traffic signals. Pretty straightforward, I guess, in my opinion, but if there's any questions on streetlights and traffic signals, Councillor Ashmore?
Yeah, just, so what would be through you to the director, I guess, the total amount for streetlights in the city? Just trying to pull this out here. Like, if you request for a new streetlight, and there's a lot of people here that are staying throughout the winter, I'll give you an example. The Herons Landing on Cedar Glen Road and Creekside Drive, there's 62 houses there, and normally about 70% of them are gone, but they're all there now. So it's not just that community, but that's just an example that they're requesting a streetlight. So I was told that they didn't meet the criteria, but is there any way that we could maybe increase this budget a little bit, the street lighting, for streetlight requests? Because there is a lot of demand for it. But I'm just wondering how much is in here in the budget for streetlights specifically, new installations.
Well, I think what you're looking at is $100,000 for Pontypool streetlights. They target different areas of the city to turn them over to the energy efficient LEDs. So I don't think there's anything, and I don't know, Director Stover or Mr. Rojas can deal with it. There's nothing in the budget for new streetlights. I would assume there's a maintenance part of a budget in operating for any streetlights that have to be repaired over the course of the year, but I'll ask Director Rojas. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So a couple things. So we're proposing $100,000 for, you're absolutely correct, energy efficient. We did an energy audit a few years ago as part of our healthy environment plan and sustainability plan. It was determined to switch all the high pressure sodium streetlights to LEDs. And that's what program we're working through. So this $100,000 is to replace the wiring, the bulbs, and sometimes the arms to those high efficiency luminaires. In terms of warrant, so the TAC manual, which is the Transportation Association of Canada, has a criteria for streetlights. So it has to be at intersections. in rural areas. So in rural areas at intersections, there is a warrant process that's well established, and it depends on the volume of road, the width of road, the gradient of the road, several different factors, whether they're warranted or not. And that's what we follow when we get a streetlight request. In addition to that, it's important to note that streetlights are area rated. So if you have, and maybe Jennifer could talk, or Director Stover could talk more about this, but through our tax department, we have different areas within the city that are area rated for streetlights. So if you are in that area rated zone, there's an added cost on your tax bill to facilitate that streetlight. So you sort of have to be careful what you're asking for, because some areas won't be area rated, so it might have an impact that way.
So just for clarity, Director, so if a councillor wants to know if an area warrants a streetlight, the best course of action would be no different than a stop sign, bring forward a memo and ask for council to endorse a review to see if there's a warrant to add that to a future budget, correct?
That's correct. That's one way. Or they could just email myself or Mr. Farquhar. His department does it. We've done it on a request basis. Doesn't have to be that formal. The warrant is quite simple, subject to workload.
I think we should be bringing it through a memo at council so all of council can endorse the warrants just like we do for stop signs and stuff. I think that's because you're talking about the area rating and everything else, so we should have the whole picture when we're making those requests. So that would be a future recommended process, Councillor Ashmore, moving forward. Any other questions on streetlights? Okay, we'll move parking lots. We have none. Page 33 is the airport, site works and facilities, a few multi-year, I think they're multi-year. No, these are other projects, ongoing projects to maintenance of the airport facilities. Page 33, no questions. Page 34 is landfill. Councillor Ashmore, you had a question. Is there any financial relief to the city? Manager of corporate assets and public works staff continue to monitor any potential grant opportunities to support landfills and waste. So they stay on top of any grants that are available to help offset some of those substantial costs for our landfills. So any questions on landfills? Councillor Dunn, sorry. Yeah.
Yep, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Juan. Contaminated stockpile at 68 Lindsay Street North. So we're talking the hill there that used to be part of the old railroad bed. So what my question is, where do you haul that to?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So that was an early start project, if you remember. So that has been tendered. It's with purchasing for execution. That is going to be used as final cover for the Alden landfill. So we piggybacked them together. Okay. So the contaminated stockpile at 68 Lindsay Street, we tested it. So a portion of it was suitable for final cover at Alden, and the portion that wasn't suitable, we're going to put it in the. There's some residual capacity in the Alden landfill, so we're going to utilize that residual capacity for the contaminated fill, and then the suitable material is from 68 Lindsay Street will be used at as final cover because it meets the criteria for final cover. So we were efficient and combining those two uses.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions on landfill? Okay, page 35 is landfill equipment, none being proposed for this year. Public Works facility, page 36, none being proposed for 2021. Page 37 is transit site works. There was a question on bike stands by Councillor Seymour Fagan. Can it be reallocated to anywhere else? It is an ISIP grant and cannot be reallocated. It was specifically for bike racks for transit buses. Okay. And Councillor Elmsley had a question on transit terminals, transit stops. Should these be funded through the gas tax? The answer: they're funded through the ISIP grant for 2021, which provides relief for the gas tax and tax base. I assume that answers your questions, Councillor. Good. Any other questions on transit? Okay. We'll move down to page 38, which is fleet. I got asked for some information on just some more information. You'll see it in your supplemental information that was in your folder regarding what all the fleet purchases are for. Councillor Seymour Fagan had a question on the fleet ice machine. Do we need a new ice machine as some of the arenas aren't open? Answer is yes. We're going to use one for the outdoor Logie Park from the Ops Arena, but there's still, for the remaining ones, it's an ongoing fleet repair. Councillor Elmsley?
Is this a new standard? We're going to provide Zambonis for outdoor skating rinks? To me, you know, I don't know. Regardless of how we slice and dice it, we're buying a Zamboni to do an outdoor skating rink or an outdoor skating area.
I'll ask the Director, Shanks, to comment on the need for a Zamboni for the outdoor skating rink. Go ahead.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the council. The outdoor skating oval at the Logie Park is a much different facility, and it is an actual facility because it's man-made ice, so there's actual equipment under the ground to provide the ice, so it's not similar to the public skating rinks or outdoor skating rinks in some of the other city parks that are in fact managed by volunteers and volunteer neighborhood associations. This will be managed by staff, and ice will be made so that we can provide it throughout the winter seasons. So therefore, there is an ice resurfacer required to maintain it, regardless if that facility was at the Logie Park or not. We are at a state that even with the ops facility closing, we need to do a replacement of an ice resurfacer, or else we would fall behind the replacement period life cycle that we have of 1 every 10 years. So that's the rationale for both the Logie Park ice resurfacer as well as the replacement need at this time.
They're very happy with that answer. Thank you. So I have a question for the Director. We are doing a modernization review for fleet. We approved that. Some provincial money last year came in. I know it's not finalized yet, but can you give us any update on anything coming back regarding that review that the province paid for before we approve a substantial fleet budget? You or Director Robinson? Maybe you first, Director Stover, and then we'll get Brian.
We can let Director Robinson answer.
Okay. Director Robinson, do you have any update for us on the fleet modernization review?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through to council, we are continuing to work with a consultant. We have received a draft of the initial report. Staff internally reviewed and provided comment back to the consultant. We're waiting for some more details back. I am happy to report that the bulk of the report, majority of the recommendations are already in play, and we're working towards that sustainability and improvement of our fleet. There's some recommendations for some modifications to our current management directive related to fleet age and life cycle, and we'll be reviewing those and bringing those recommendations forward in the new year. So we have originally required to provide that report to the province at the end of the year, and we've received an extension till next March because of COVID and other related activities. The timeline has pushed out a bit, so we're continuing to work towards that. And council will see some recommendations by March of next year.
Okay, just as a bit of a follow-up on that, we seem to be deferring, based on our workload and stuff, we're deferring a lot of capital projects, obviously, till 2022, based on timelines, budgets, and workload. But we don't seem to be deferring any of our fleet purchases. We're sort of full speed ahead with everything here. Was there any thought to slowing that process down for a year, just if we're playing catch-up, but why aren't we playing catch-up right across the board? Any comment on that?
I can provide some initial response to that through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, and I can ask Todd Bryant to jump in as well. But essentially, we are aligning ourselves with the management directive. The challenge with deferral of capital for replacement is typically we work our equipment to life cycle to the point where there's significant investment in either improvement or replacement, or replacement of the equipment. And then we have to defer that capital. So we are aligning ourselves with the management directive. The challenge with deferral of capital for replacement is typically we work our equipment to life cycle to the point where there's significant investment in either improvement or or enhanced maintenance on equipment that costs more than the capital annual procurement for that vehicle. So it comes down to a cost balance as well. That it doesn't make sense to defer purchase of equipment, but I can ask Todd Bryant to speak to that as well.
Thank you, Brian. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to council. We have actually deferred some of our purchases till 2022 based on lack of use for some in 2020 due to COVID. But overall, we are still following the management directive that we currently have, and the replacement is based on maintenance and maintenance requirements, and the cost to maintain versus the cost of the capital project itself.
So just as a follow-up then, so based on the pandemic and obviously, we weren't nobody was utilizing mileage on some vehicles. You're saying some of the fleet purchases that would have been part of this have been deferred as a result of that, or some of these could be deferred as a part of that, just wear and tear utilization of our fleet?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to council, we have actually deferred already, and I can, off the top of my head, I can tell you that we've deferred the purchase of 1 tractor, 1 medium-duty truck, 2 cars, 3 pickups, and 1 tandem plow truck into 2022.
Thank you. Councillor Dunn, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a quick question. I noticed we have an ATV for replacement, and that just got me thinking about an ATV that council authorized using grant money, reserve money for up in Kirkfield. Is that under your envelope, or does that fall someplace else, and has it been purchased?
I can answer that. That was done under the fire budget. That's been done. It's complete.
All right. Okay, that's good. Thank you.
Councillor Elmsley?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a couple of things. I note, for instance, for the 4 tandem axle plow trucks, the rationale gives us hours of use. And I know that they're from 2009, which says they're pretty old vehicles. I'm wondering if we could get actual mileage in the future on them. I don't translate hours well into usage, and if I had mileage, it makes more sense to me. Is that possible, or is that asking a lot?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to council, yes, we can provide mileage. One of the reasons why we do hours is because hours fit in nicely to our maintenance practices here. It also fits in nicely to our fuel system. But with some of the changes we're making to the fuel system, we can then draw out hours as well moving forward sometime in 2021.
Thank you for that. I did have another point I was going to make on this, and it escapes me. If I think of it, I may bring it up later. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Richardson?
Thank you, and through you. So when we're reading replacement, this is addition to what we have, and do we actually sell off any of the older equipment?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, no, this is not additions to the fleet. I make it very clear what an addition to the fleet is. So this would be a replacement of the fleet, and then we follow our purchasing process, which involves then us usually auctioning off our equipment, or if it's unauctionable, then we sell it for salvage.
Okay.
Through you to Director Stover, when we look at purchasing bigger ticket items, like they're into the millions of dollars here of half tons, 3/4 tons, single axle plow trucks, tandem axle plow trucks, have we ever looked at the cost benefits of leasing instead of purchasing outright? And if that would be easier on our cash flow and our budgets, if we just looked at leasing, just did a quick comparison of that option?
I'll turn it over to Todd, but I think Councillor Vail brought that up several years ago, and we did a whole review on the leasing comparison. But go ahead, Todd.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, every year I provide a short, fairly brief report on leasing, rental, and ownership to Director Robinson. And for the past 3 years, I've done this. Every time it comes back, ownership is the better cost benefit to the city, actually by a long shot in a lot of different areas. Plus, with the cost of ownership, there's also some residual value that's left over at the end. And the best example I can give you is we just did one on leasing graders over the cost of ownership of graders, and there's about a 40% savings annually to us owning the grader versus leasing the grader.
Thank you. Any other questions on fleet? Councillor Ashmore?
Yeah, just one final question. It was mentioned by Councillor Richardson. When we, usually every year or every other year, we have an auction sale of all our equipment, and some of that equipment's pretty good condition and fetches a pretty good dollar. Where does that money go to, into a reserve, and does that go into the budget, the monies that we get from that, the sale of that equipment?
Thank you. Director Stover?
The sale of assets, those monies would go back into the fleet reserve to help pay for future purchases.
Do we have a number on that? If we don't, that's fine, but I don't know if you have a number on top of your head, how much we get every year from selling used equipment.
I don't have an exact number. It would be dependent on what goes to auction in each individual year and what the value of that equipment is, but certainly if it's information that council's interested in, we could provide a list.
I think Todd or Brian can maybe give us a bit more information. Go ahead, gentlemen.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, we do an annual auction every year. Last year, we got about $42,000 that we put back into our fleet reserve. We're having another auction on December the 18th, so if anybody is interested, it's going to be an online auction, and I'm anticipating somewhere in the $65,000 range for equipment to fetch this year at auction.
Okay. Any further questions on fleet? Okay. We'll move down to page 40. Thank you, gentlemen. We'll move down to page 40, which is IT. Councillor Ashmore, you had a question. Are we replacing? Should we consider extending the life cycle? You've got an answer here that I assume answers most of your questions. We do need to make a couple of adjustments. On 9.2 Victoria Manor 1 Wander Guard System, 9282101007. That is a duplicate from Victoria Manor, so we can remove that. So I need a motion to remove JDE 9282101007 Victoria Manor Wander Guard System. 25,000 can be removed from the 2021 capital budget. Councillor Elmsley, you brought that up, brought that to our attention. Thank you. Second by Councillor Dunn. Any questions on that? All in favor? That's passed. And the one right below it, 9282101008, Victoria Manor Wi-Fi for PSW record activity. After review, that budget can be reduced to $54,000 from $84,000. So I'll ask for a motion that 9282101008, Victoria Manor Wi-Fi for PSW record activity capital budget for 2021 be reduced from $84,000 to $54,000, please. Councillor Riley, Councillor Elmsley, any questions? All in favor? That's passed. Thank you. Are there any other questions for IT? Okay. We'll move down to page 42, which is fire facilities. Mariposa Hall, Fire Hall particulate air cleaner system. I had a question for the fire chief. This is a new building. Why wasn't this included in the original budget? It's a multi-year program to install these particulate exhaust systems in all fire stations. This is the last year of this project. I'm just going to ask the fire chief if he's available to come on the line. I have a quick question.
Yes, I'm here, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you, sir. So I noticed that, you know, and you and me have had the conversation that why wasn't this included in the original tender? And I guess in hindsight, it probably could have been. I'm not questioning the need for health and safety, obviously, of our firefighters. But this budget was put forward at $1.96 million, and I know the RFP came in several $100,000 below that. Is there any reason that I'm assuming is contingency funds, can't be used to purchase this air filter cleaner rather than adding it. You haven't even started the project yet. I'm just wondering how are we have extra funds there. Why can't we use them?
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor, to council. The budget came in under, but there had been some monies that were already allocated to the project for the designs and site works, those types of things. I think there's a small contingency there. You know, normally there's about a 10%, but we didn't put a 10% contingency in. There's, I think, roughly $40,000 to $60,000 that I really wouldn't want to kind of, you know, skinny that down too much, so to speak. However, at the end, you know, we're hoping that it's going to be on time and under budget, and any of those dollars will go back into to the reserve, the city capital reserve, to you know, potentially offset this expenditure. And just to back up a little bit further, yeah, in hindsight, we maybe should have included it in the actual RFP that went out at the time. But you know, I can't. You know, it was 3 years ago when all this went. 2 or 3 years ago when all this was coming into. We're formulating this. I think the thought was that we were just going to concede as the last part of a multi-year project. When we built Bethany, it was extra. When we built the Pontypool, it was extra. It just came out of that multi-year project.
Thank you, Chief. I'm going to make a recommendation that council, just for a motion, that the Mariposa Fire Hall particulate air cleaner system be completed within the approved capital budget of $1.96 million for the Mariposa Fire Station. That's project 932190104. Councillor Elmsley, you'll move that. Second by Councillor Vale. Any questions, Councillor Elmsley?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I'll go back 3 or 4 years, and I don't know if it was Councillor Yeo or Councillor Junkin who asked the question about these particulate removal systems. And at that time, the question was, as we build new fire halls, are these going to be included? And we were assured at that time that they would be included in the builds. So I think it's appropriate that it comes out of this capital budget and it gets done. And if the hall goes over budget, then it'll come back to council as an over budget item and we'll deal with it at that time. But I really don't think it should be in this budget. They should be part of a new build, because we've known about them and we put them in a lot of other fire halls. And when we build a new fire hall, it needs to be in there because it is a health and safety issue. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think the motion does exactly that. Do you want to speak to it, Councillor Vale?
Councillor Emsley covered everything. We've gone through this before, to Councillor Emsley's point, right? And the fire chief points out Bethany and Pontypool, and we went through the same thing. So I would think that that would have been included in the budgeting for this hall when we approved it.
Yeah, and I think and obviously I think it's right. I think it's part of a bigger, you know, it's a bigger thing that this council, and we need to work with our staff when we have a big capital project, and it's not just fire. I mean, we've seen it over the last few years. We need to know as a council, when these projects come forward, what are the total costs for these capital big projects that council is approving? Not, you know, well, it's built, now we need to buy furniture. Now we need to put, you know, lights in, and things get added. So at some point we need to come up, it's just my comments, with an overall system that when a large capital project comes forward to this council, that everything that's going to be needed to complete that capital project is part of that tender or budget that they're asking for council approval. And obviously we know things happen, things change, and there's always that. But if it comes in over, it comes back to council. But I think all of us need to do a better job at completing these projects so that we know exactly where we stand when we're approving it as a council. But that's probably my rant for the morning. But we have a motion on the floor. Any questions about the fire hall or the cleaner? All in favor? That's passed. Thank you. Any other, okay, so we'll go to page 43, which is fire fleet and equipment. I had a quick question on the heavy-duty pickup truck, the cost replacement. How can it be an avoidance of 325? But it was explained the pickup truck is replacing a rescue vehicle, so it's a little bit cheaper than buying another rescue vehicle. That's why it's cost of 200,000, but it's not a cost of a rescue vehicle. So are there any other questions from anybody else on the fire fleet and equipment? Please use your button so I can see who needs to speak. Councillor Yeo, go ahead.
Thank you, and I've asked this question before of the previous chief as well as the new chief, but when we had the big switch over to these trucks that we buy now with the cab over, 6 crew, it's got everything on it, should carry everything you need to a fire, and we were going to get rid of all these rescue vehicles, and now here we're saying we're avoiding a cost of $525,000 for something that I was told we wouldn't have to buy. So what happened to getting rid of rescue vehicles and the big new fancy trucks servicing, carrying everything to these fires?
Is the cost avoidance at 325? You said 525. So yeah, absolutely. So let's pull the chief. Are you still there, chief?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I'm still here.
Did
Through
you hear
you to council. Councillor Yeo is somewhat correct. We are replacing the heavy mainframe rescues. However, the Colbacong station still has a rescue truck that we want to replace with a pickup truck because they have the ATV, they have a boat, they have all their ice water rescue equipment. We also want to outfit the smaller rescue version of a truck with a skid frame for wildland firefighting. Even though there's a pumper rescue and a pumper tanker in that haul, their current old rescue truck is still a viable truck. We don't need a $525,000 rescue. We just need to replace the truck with a 3/4 or 1 ton truck with the appropriate modular components that we can slide in and out of the back of the truck.
Okay, and I thank you for the answer. Now, the next question is, what about the other rescue vans that are in the city? I know Little Britain or a few of the stations still have those rescue vans. Are we going to be replacing those, or are they not going to be replaced as per the past information?
Through the mayor to council, there's only, I believe, 3 other smaller little, they're kind of like mini pumper trucks. To our knowledge, we're not intending to replace any of those smaller rescue trucks, with the exception of possibly the Pontypool small truck that will service the Ganaraska Forest. But they were just small little, I don't know, like a scat truck kind of thing. So they remain, they weren't really ever a heavy rescue. They were just like a mini pumper scat type of vehicle. I think over time, the 2 or 3 of those will go. We may maintain 1 more down in the Pontypool area for the Ganaraska Forest.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Ashmore?
The question was number 18. Would that be appropriate to ask that about the Omimi Fire Hall? Or is this that's another list here?
Yeah, no, we're just dealing with page 43 right now, the equipment and the trucks.
Okay, no, I'll ask it later.
Yeah, when we get to that. Thank you. Councillor Seymour Fagan, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, through you. I have a couple questions. One thing is the boat. $25,000 for a boat seems a little low for a boat and trailer. Is that enough? Is a question. Just because I know the boating industry, and it doesn't really seem like it's enough, period. So that's one question. The other one is the tanker truck. Is this at the end of the life cycle of the tanker truck? Because the tanker truck, probably the biggest expense is the actual tanker part of it. Can we not fix the tanker trucks that we have and just extend their lifespan a little bit longer? And one more question is $50,000 every year. I noticed it was $60,000 the year before for equipment. How do you roll out that equipment? Does it go station to station? How does that work? Thank you.
Go ahead, Chief.
So just to I think the backup, or the first question through you, Mr. Mayor, to Council, was about the tanker truck. So it's replacing a tanker at the end of its life cycle, or nearing the end. One is going out of the fleet. How we usually move a new truck into a station. The truck it's replacing goes to a less busy station, and then that third truck gets out of the system, is moved out of the system. So essentially, we're replacing a 20-year truck. It's a smaller tanker. We're moving in a higher capacity tanker, as we have in the past, to support our water shuttle accreditation. The refurbishment component of the smaller tanker, no, it's not worth refurbishing that old truck. It's the one that will be going out of the system is at its end of life, so it will go to the auction. The second, is there any further questions on that before I move on to the next one?
Good. No, just, can you give us an update on the boat? The question was, is 25,000 enough for a boat?
Yes, that's correct. So we have a number called boats platforms within the city. So a lot of them, several of them are just the Zodiac, the little rubber inflatable. We did have a heavier, it was like a Larson type of, it's probably a 19-foot bow rider that we inherited from the Kawartha Lakes Police Service after amalgamation. The best boat platform for us is like an 18 or 19-foot aluminum John boat, flat bottom, very stable with like a 40 outboard on the back. We're modeling this replacement after what Scugog Fire has in service, and it's about a $25,000 purchase. That's where we got the information from. So we're going to strategically put 3 or 4 of those boats around the station to replace some of our Zodiacs and some of our smaller aluminum boats. And those will be the most efficient and safe boat for us to operate. Is there any questions on that before I move along?
Yes, thank you. Now, because you do rescue with those boats as well, because we've had these issues in Burnt River, can people, this $25,000 boat, so that includes the trailer, or you're going to need more money for the trailer? That's another question. But this $25,000 boat that you've got here, you can do rescue on it as well? And does it have a pump on it as well? Thank you.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, Council. The boat, the price we received is the boat, motor, and trailer package. And if we needed to if we need to transport equipment over to an island or out to a boat, we'll just put a small portable pump into it, into the boat, and we'll just transport the firefighters and the pump and the gear. It won't have a stationary pump. There's really no need. Like historically, you know, we've only had a small number of boat fires over the years, and really fire's role was pretty limited as far as extinguishing a fire out on the water.
Okay, thank you. Now, what about if you needed to rescue people, because that's happened before?
Yes, like, I mean, if we had to go, if there was, you know, a boat in distress and there was people in the water, you know, it's not, we would probably dispatch 2 or 3 stations as well as the OPP. And this is a good stable boat. If there were people in the water with PFDs, we could easily reach over the boat and pull them into the boat. It's a very stable platform. I don't know if you're familiar with the John boat. It's not a V hull. It's a flat bottom hull. You could be right over to the side doing that type of work, and the boat won't even teeter to the side.
Okay, thank you.
And I think the final question, Chief, was on the miscellaneous fire equipment, just how it rolls out, hoses, saws. Does it roll out across the entire city? Is it just an ongoing replacement of worn out fire equipment? Can you just give us an update on that?
Yes, that's correct, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Council, that's just our kind of running amount each year to keep our miscellaneous hose, nozzles, various hand tools type of thing replaced and up to as they become worn out or damaged. It's just a regular number to keep that equipment program up to date.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions on fire? Okay, so why don't we take, thank you for that. Let's do paramedic fleet, and then we'll take a quick 5-minute break, and then we'll come back and do the rest. So page 45 is paramedic facilities, nothing in the budget for 2021. Paramedic fleet and equipment. There was a question on ambulances by Councillor Elmsley. Are they funded 50% through the province? The province funds 50% of the amortization of capital items rather than funding them up front. So I think that answers your question. Is there any question on any of the equipment in the capital budget for paramedics?
On that payment of, on the amortization, where does that show? Does that show up in operating rather than capital? Okay, thank you.
Director?
Through the mayor, yes, it shows up in the operating budget.
We have Chief Mello on the Zoom, so it's our opportunity to give him a hard time for his first time here. So let's not waste it. What do you want to ask him? Oh, you're getting off easy. It must be the 50% provincial funding. Nobody gives you a hard time on the paramedics. So there's no further questions on paramedic fleet or equipment? Okay, you're off the hook, sir. Let's leave it at page 46 then. Let's take a quick 5-minute break, and we'll come back and deal with the rest of it. Okay, we're good. We'll call the meeting back to order. We're on page 47, 48. Victoria Manor. There's a few duplicates. We dealt with them under IT. Is there any questions on any of the projects for Victoria Manor? Councillor Elmsley?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was just wondering, we removed $25,000 for that WanderGuard system from IT. Does that mean that it should go up by $25,000 in Victoria Manor to $40,000, or it's just the 15?
Through the mayor, the correct cost of this capital project is $15,000, so this project can stay as is.
Any other questions? Victoria Manor? Okay, we'll move down to page 49, Building and Property Facilities. I know Director Shanks is available for questions. There was a question by Councillor Yeo regarding the buildings. 3 properties listed to be demolished. Why are we not selling them as is? You've got some answers here. The Victoria Road Hall, the city has looked into selling as is. There is currently no interest. The Kirkfield Nurse Practitioner Building, there's no intent to sell this property. There'll be some green space, which I think is a great idea in downtown Kirkfield. The Laxton Digby Longford Depot, no interest, a bit of environmental concerns. So they were both offered for surplus on the market at market value, I would assume, and there was no takers. Director, is that correct?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the council. Yes, that is correct. It was both through a potential sale, as well as I know the Laxton Digby Longford property was also looked at from a lease perspective, and that was led through our Realty Services division, and there was no interest on either side.
And were those listed, were they put out, I assume, at market value? They were appraised and put out on the market as per our policy?
Again, to you, Mr. Mayor and the council, I believe that is the case. I'm just looking to see who's online to see if either our Realty Services manager or our solicitor are online. I don't believe that they are. I don't know the specifics of what they were offered for or what they were put on the market for. I would imagine, and maybe the CAO would know better, but I believe that they would have followed the city policies as they are written. So I believe that that would be at market value, yes.
So I guess the obvious question that Councillor Yeo brought up, and I think it's a good one, is if rather than Victoria Road Hall, for instance, rather than spending $45,000 to demolish it, would it not be better for the city to sell it below market value, put it out on the market as is, see what kind of offers we get, and even if worst case scenario, we sold it below market value, we're still saving $45,000 in the demolition costs and let somebody else deal with it. That's not really a question for you, Director. Maybe more of a question for CAO?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So when these are surplus, we do put them out on the market for sale and as is, and they're appraised, as you know. We don't turn away any offers that would be below that market value. In fact, we don't post all the details of the market value either. So if we received any interest for it sort of as is at below market value, we would still bring that forward to you as council, and that's required and prescribed in the process. So I don't think you're missing anything in terms of how it's being marketed. From my understanding, at least of that particular facility, after there was no interest, staff are recommending that it be demolished so that it's not, because it's an abandoned building, it's really falling down, and it starts to become a safety issue when we've got these buildings that become derelict and so on. So I can't speak for all of them. I thought Victoria Road, we've done multiple approaches to try to get that surplus and off of our books. The other ones, well, you saw the Kirkfield Nurse Practitioners Building. There is use for that or repurposing of that particular property. And I think similarly with the Laxton Depot, when we get into depots, it gets even more complicated because of the past use. And so when we put them out there as is, again, we'll still receive any bids. and we would bring those back to you. At this point, I would suggest that it's likely a safety issue and we need to tear it down.
Thank you. Councillor Yeo, question?
Yeah, and my question revolves around the answer for the Laxton site. It says in the answer that it's our responsibility to clean it up, so we can't sell it as is. So I'd like a little bit of explanation on that.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So I'm reading it that there was no interest expressed. We can sell it as is, which I think is what is listed here, but then there are certain environmental concerns that we need to flag to a prospective buyer as part of that as-is sale. And so I think the structure might be different or separate and distinct, but when we start to sell depots, we're typically required to do a site screening on the property to look for any potential contaminants and so on, so that when we're selling it as is, it is a buyer beware type process.
Yeah, thank you for that. And there actually was an offer to lease that property for $1,000 a month, but our price was $3,000, and it's just not feasible in Norland. So unfortunately, the decision was made at staff level not to lease it.
Thank you. Councillor Vale?
I guess I've got a comment and then I've got a question. So I guess it goes back to how we're listing some of these properties, right? Like I've seen some of the listings before or whatever, and I don't ever recall seeing a listing of a city piece of property that said it was for sale as is. And to the opposite, it's a price plus, which I think discourages anybody from really making an offer. And that's just a comment from my standpoint. Question for Director Shanks is, I'm just curious what the plan is for the green space after the demolition of the nurse practitioner building in Kirkfield, and just a question about what the renovation for the Kirkfield Medical Center is.
Through you, Council, through you, Mr. Mayor, to the Councillor. The plan with the Kirkfield facility on the Four Corners, again, would be to demolish it and then turn that space again into that sort of four-corner green space, very similar to Thorndike Park at the Four Corners in Oakwood. Just an area, like say, for green space, maybe a park bench for people to sit down and relax downtown, provide some parking in the downtown. There is, as the answer provides, there is an easement that runs directly through the middle of that property that would make a sale difficult anyway. So that's the plan with that facility. As far as the Kirkfield Medical Center, again, what we're doing is consolidating our facilities in Kirkfield so we don't have as many of them and can get out from some of the costs. And we're going to move the nurse practitioner, or the plan would be to move the nurse practitioner from that building that we're demolishing at the Four Corners down to the medical center. It's a very aged building that requires some upgrades to be able to service the plans for what we're doing in there now. And certainly when we're looking at putting in a nurse practitioner, there's some renovations required to be able to make that service available so that the nurse practitioner would have space to service their clients.
So I get the consolidation, and I guess what I question is, why wouldn't we just take it one step further and consolidate the medical center with the nurse practitioner into a renovation or an addition on the library building in Kirkfield, and have one building and sell the Kirkfield Medical Center?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, that has been discussed. The space, to be quite honest with you, at the Kirkfield Library is probably not adequate to put a full expansion that would service both of those interests. Certainly you wouldn't be able to just, it wouldn't be necessarily have to be the same size, but you couldn't pick up for example, the square footage of the medical center and put it onto the property of the library right now and still provide the required parking that would be there. So there's a number of reasons staff have looked at. They haven't done a full extensive review, just simply because it was determined that angle would not be suffice. If it's something that's desired, we could certainly look at that moving forward if that's something that was requested, but staff are of the opinion that that is not an adequate solution and there would be a significant cost involved in that. So the cost of doing what we're currently proposing to do at the Kirkfield Medical Center would be far less.
Thank you. Councillor Richardson?
Thank you. I'm just looking for a bit of clarification. So when we do the demolition on these properties, will they be relisted as surplus, just land only?
Director, do you know? You're just handling the demolition, I assume.
To you, through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councilor, I wasn't sure if that was a question for me. My department doesn't really look after the sales of the lands. Like I said, we're taking the required steps to be able to move to that. I would imagine that would be the next step, is then the vacant lands would be sold. So I believe it's 100% correct, is that question and the assumption on that. But again, I would not want to be the final say. I would, with who's on the line and meeting right now, I would ask the CAO to see if he's got any comments on that.
I think the CAO is confirming they'll be listed again for sale. The buildings are coming down because of a safety issue. Anything to add?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, just to say that once we declare them surplus, they remain on our surplus registry, so that you're absolutely right. The idea would be get rid of the safety concern as we're trying to market these, but they would continue to be marketed. And in some cases, we would refresh sort of on an annual basis. We would relist certain properties that remain on that registry.
Councillor Seymour Fagan?
Yes, thank you, through you. I have a question about the nurse practitioner. I take it that they're already in Kirkfield. Are they with a health team, and what is the rent that they pay? Thank you.
Through the councillor, or through the mayor again, sorry, it's different not being there, through the mayor to councillor. They do pay a rent. It's a very minimal rent. They are currently in Kirkfield right now. Again, they're up at the Four Corner building, and that's the building that's to be demolished, and we're going to move them into the medical centers. For how the process and the practice works, that's more of a question for Director Sutherland. The nurse practitioner operations falls within the human services area.
Okay, we've got the Director Sutherland on the line. So did you hear the question, Rod?
Yes, thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. The operating funding for the nurse practitioners is individual to those practices. They're not directly affiliated as with either the family health teams as other services are. They're currently independent.
Okay, thank you. So we are subsidizing people's offices, because I know many other nurse practitioners and many other doctors that fully pay for their offices. So I'm kind of surprised at this.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the operating funding given to the city for the two positions is for the overall practice. Both are responsible and do pay rent. One is in the city facility in Kirkfield, and there is then rent recouped. The other nurse practitioner in Lindsay is in a private facility and pays rent there as well.
Okay, I'm a bit confused. How come the city's involved with nurse practitioners? I don't know. I just don't, because normally they're on their own or with their health teams or they're with doctors. So if that could be explained to me, I'd really appreciate it. Thank you.
Certainly, through you, Mr. Mayor. The original, the first nurse practitioner was the Kirkfield position, which was originally funded pre-amalgamation by the township. An amalgamation, the decision was made to continue supporting that position. The second position in Lindsay, which was originally split half-time Lindsay and Bethany, and transferred to full-time in Lindsay several years ago. That decision was made by council, I believe, in around 2005 or 6, early 2000s. And just in terms of supplementing ensuring that there is primary health care available and to assist and supplement healthcare in the city.
Okay, thank you. So we pay their salaries as well?
To you, Mr. Mayor, the total funding receipt that we issue is approximately just under 108,000 per year. It is a contribution to the two positions. They also receive direct Ministry of Health funding. VON is the sponsor of the two positions. So it's a contribution towards the operating costs for the two positions.
Okay, thank you. And now the Kirkfield one, I know that office well. That was my parents' medical doctor. It's a fairly big building. It will just be and there were a few rooms in there, the one nurse practitioner.
I believe there's also other services use that on a temporary basis or on a casual basis come in. I believe it's like Foot Care Clinic through Community Care uses that facility right now on an occasional basis. With the new facility, I'm not sure the arrangements have been made for the other services within the amalgamated medical center.
Okay, thank you. And does anybody know what their cost of their lease is?
I'll ask the CAO. Go ahead.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, so it was already mentioned that there was historic arrangements in terms of rents. Right now, the two practitioners, one nurse practitioner of the Foot Care Clinic, are in two separate spaces. The plan is to consolidate medical services, so those two, into the medical center when it's upgraded. As part of this sort of consolidation, we are reviewing the rents, and we are sort of bringing them up to market rent based on that facility when we move forward. So that is discussions, and those have been secured through our sort of normal leasing extensions as we prepare this new building.
Okay. Councillor Yeo, go ahead.
Yeah, I don't know if this would be the correct time, but I'd like to actually take demolition of the Laxton project out of the budget at this time, because there has been some interest raised over the past month to myself that I would like to explore. And if we put off demolition for 1 year, and so be it, next year gets demolished, then I've covered all the bases. So I'll make that motion to remove that one project from the budget.
Laxton, Digby, Longford Roads Depot be removed from the demolition portion, so we'll put the number on it, 9532101003, be removed for a year while further opportunities are explored. Moved by Councillor Yeo, second by Councillor Dunn. You want to speak to it?
At this point, no, but I'll reserve that for the future. Thank you.
Thank you. CAO, you had a comment?
Just a question maybe for clarity through you, Mr. Mayor. So would the intent be, I think it was suggested that there was an expression of interest to lease the space. Again, my only concern is there are costs associated with being a landlord, and so if we put it out there and say we're going to lease the space, we have to make sure that we're at least meeting certain obligations. I don't know off top of mind what those costs would be, but putting it off, I just want to get clarity. Are we then looking to relist it as is for a sale, or would council be expecting staff to look at offering it up for some sort of a lease or license arrangement?
Go ahead.
Yeah, there's been some what you call it, some interest raised in the not-for-profit group, actually looking at space available. And being that kind of warehouse building that's there, it was brought up, and I had no information to give them, and I still have no information to give them. And I saw it in the budget here, so I'm asking for a little bit of time. And if this demolition is put off, or if we actually find a use for this building, we can deal with that over the course of the next year till we get to the next budget cycle. That's all I'm asking for at this time, is time.
Okay, so your motion is to remove it, and then I guess whatever further direction you want to go, if the motion to remove it passes, maybe you can bring some direction forward to council to explore, so staff have some direction on where you want to go with it. Do it as a second, not as a budget issue, but as a direction. So any questions on the motion to remove it? All in favor? That's passed. Thank you. Any other questions? Councillor Vail, sorry, go ahead.
So I guess just for clarification for some others around the table, when we're talking about the Kirkfield Medical Center, right, and the director can correct me if I'm wrong. So there was a doctor that operated out of the Kirkfield Medical Center. The foot care clinic operated at the same time out of the Kirkfield Medical Center. The doctor is now gone. The nurse practitioner is moving in. I get that the building needs work or whatever. I'm not questioning that. I'm just making a comment that I'm not sure that the renovations are because a nurse practitioner is moving in.
Yeah, no, and it's a good comment. I think the building was tired and needed renovations regardless. And I know when I went up and met with the doctor in Kirkfield when they were leaving, we had talked about, if she was going to stay, there was some things that needed to be done to that building regardless. But I think your point is valid, Councillor, that it's not being renovated just because the nurse practitioner is moving in. If somebody's going to continue to utilize that building, there's going to have to be some renovations done to it. So I agree. Do you want to follow up?
Yeah, but it just goes back to the point, if it's just going to be a nurse practitioner in a foot care clinic, and there may or may not be future possibilities for that building, again, I'm just wondering, I think personally, I think we should be looking at doing a renovation or an addition on the one building and get down to one building in Kirkfield, right? It's not like we're talking about 6 people that are operating out of a building. And I think if we looked at it, I think there is space there, just my own personal opinion.
Thank you. Councillor Ashmore?
And there may be a question through you to Director Sutherland. And just a comment, in Omemee, the Omemee Medical Center, I know that we have a nurse practitioner there and also 2 doctors. I'm pretty sure, and I can find out, that it's fully paid for by Ontario Health, and it's not subsidized at all by the city. Just wanted to confirm that, or just clarification on that, because there is a nurse practitioner in Omemee as well.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'm not specifically aware of the detail of the funding in the Omemee Center. There are different funding models depending on the origin of the funding agreements with the province, where they will fund various positions fully or partially. These positions were specifically added by the BON, or added through those agreements originally with the township pre-amalgamation, and then with the city to increase capacity, healthcare capacity, but outside of full Ministry of Health funding. So the decision was made to supplement those positions to increase the capacity, but recognizing there are different models available. And if I know there has been discussions at various times about accessing additional provincial funding if it was available, and if any time it was, we would try to pursue that. But at this point, the Ministry of Health funding is the current level, and if we wish to maintain the current service levels, this is the municipal funding to support that.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, I mean, it's good to use that as an example. In Omemee, they do things right there, so it's good to look into that and see how well that place is run, and they're self-sufficient. I know we need help sometimes in building new medical centers, which we will be, but I tell you that, like in Omemee, they know how to do things right, and they don't have to rely on ask for more funding. It's a really good example of how things really work for the community.
Thank you. Councillor Seymour Fagan?
Thank you, through you. I just have a question, just a follow-up to Councillor Vale's remarks. I'm just wondering if we could leave the nurse practitioner where they are, not renovate the medical center because it's been sitting anyhow, and just figure out what we're going to do with that, and then look at putting the offices into the library. I think that would be something that we really should look at, because we're looking at consolidating the buildings. We've talked about this for years, so let's start doing it. How do we do that?
That's a great question. So what are you proposing then? Not to demolish the Kirkfield Nurse Practitioner Building, not to renovate the Kirkfield Medical Center, and explore, come back, put a proposal together to come back with the possibility of renovating or adding on to the current library? Is that what you're talking about?
I think you still go ahead with the demolition and moving the nurse practitioner into the Kirkfield Medical Center. And I get that building is tired, it's likely the roof is leaking and stuff like that is likely what we're talking about there. So to spend $42,000 on the building, I don't have a big concern about. I think future-wise, we need to be looking at a consolidation and having one building there, more of a community center hub for Kirkfield than having multiple buildings, and then look at selling. If we spend $42,000 on that building today, if they're to sell it in a year or 2 years from now, they're going to get the $42,000 back out of it. I'm not looking at that as being a waste. I'm just looking long term. You've got a piece of property and a building in a small community where it really makes sense of having everything together instead of in multiple buildings that we're paying for all over the place.
And I would agree with that, Councillor. I think let's do what we need to do today. But I think long-term, one of you wants to work on a memo or get, bring something to council for a future direction on exploring consolidation, with what direction you're looking to go. I think that makes more sense than trying to do it on the fly here. Director, you're on the line. Did you have something comment or just there in case we needed you?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the council. I was just basically on the line just in case, but I can confirm as well that the Kirkfield properties are on the portfolio management group team to look at from a standpoint of the facilities that we have there. So a consolidation of those facilities is something we continue to look at. Certainly if council chooses to do a memo, that's fine, and that won't be any hindrance. But that project is already underway, so I would suggest that a memo probably is not required. We're already doing it. What we're proposing now, I agree with what Councillor Bale said. This is basically the first step by consolidating the two into one. If it's determined by the corporation to consolidate further down, and if that is feasible, then we can do that in the future. And the $42,000 expenditure right now is fairly minimal, and those costs would be recovered through any potential surplusing of that facility as well. So just to reiterate some of the things that some of the council said and give sort of an update as to what's going on within staff levels in the Kirkfield area from a portfolio management standpoint. I do know that the city and the doctor recruitment team or Kawartha Health Initiative team within the city of Kawartha Lakes is also still looking at specifically doctor recruitment in the north. So even though the doctor specifically in Kirkfield has just moved on, there's no guarantee that in the future we wouldn't have a need for a further or a second replacement doctor up in that area.
Thank you. Okay. Any further questions on building and property facilities? Seeing none, we'll move on. Parkland Site Works and Facilities is Director Shanks as well, so he's standing by. Trails, 50/50, Wilson Estate, Bob Cajun Splash Pad. Let's deal with page 51 first. There was talk from one of the task forces. I know Councillor Elmsley had been talking about the looking at the 50/50 program. Whether, that's a program that traditionally about a $15,000 project, and then the resident or the community groups would fundraise for half of that. There was talk about possibly raising that so that rather than not asking for the community contribution, which I think council's endorsed, is they could still proceed with entire projects. So the first question I have for Director Stover is 50/50 community program. You've got in here the $80,000 funded from Parkland Reserve. Is that, can that whole amount come out of the Parkland Reserve? I know that's a limited reserve, and that surprises me that it can all come out of the Parkland Reserve. Can you comment, or is Adam maybe?
I would actually defer that to Carolyn Danes, our treasurer. She should be online.
Is Carolyn Danes on the line?
Sorry, through you through you, Mr. Mayor, to you. The Parkland Reserve, if that's to do with parkland expenses, I believe it is a legitimate expense of that reserve.
So the 80,000 that's in there for the 50/50 community project can legitimately be posted to the Parkland Reserve?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Director Shanks?
Mr. Mayor,
Director Shanks, go ahead.
just to, yes, if it's park related, it can go towards the Parkland Reserve. But as council is aware, some of these projects have gone to funding facility specific upgrades. So if a community group at a local community hall that's managed by a volunteer management board wants to do a lighting project or do some painting or replace a floor or even an appliance within their kitchen, if it's not a priority project that the city can consider from a 100% funding standpoint, they will bring it forward through a 50/50. And I do not believe that those specific projects would then be eligible for parkland. So it all depends on the projects which are applied for as to how much of it is park related and how much of it is facility related. So again, I look to Ms. Daines to provide the answer, but I don't believe it would necessarily be 100% funded through Parkland Reserve.
Thanks, Craig. Through you to the mayor, I would agree with Craig. It would all depend on what they're applying for. So as we don't know what that is yet, I think if it is used in Parkland, we can use it, but if it is not, we would have to find an alternative source.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Richardson, go ahead.
This might be just me not knowing, the Bob Cajun splash pad control system, do you have an existing splash pad right now in Bob Cajun that needs to be fixed?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the council, there is an existing splash pad in Bob Cajun. It's at Tommy Anderson Park. It is underground, which makes it a confined space. So therefore, to be able to go in and fix any do any repairs that are required to it, we need to follow various protocols. Staff need to be trained. So this would bring it above ground. So it would make the repairs much easier. Also, because of where it's located, it tends to get wet, and therefore it will need repairs a great deal, more than it would if it was above ground. So this project would pay for itself very quickly from a standpoint of not having to do repairs and not having to do some of the repairs in the way that we would need to, based on it being a confined space.
Thank you. Councillor Helmsley?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm back to the 50/50 funding, and if you're looking for, if this is the appropriate time to speak about increasing that amount so that community groups applying for the funding don't have to put up half the funds. I think council already said that that would be an appropriate thing to do. Do we now need to bump that up to $160,000?
So why don't we make a note of that, page 51, the 50/50 community program, and we'll add it to our decision units as number 10. And then when we go through the rest of them, we'll come back to that one and we'll make a decision, have a discussion at council whether to add it or not. Does that work?
Yep.
Okay. Any other questions on parkland site works and facilities? Okay, we'll move on to page 52, which is recreation facilities. Any questions on, this is Director Shanks again. Lindsay, I have a question. Director, on the Lindsay Recreational Complex, $15,000 for washrooms renovation, keep washrooms functional and up to standards. Didn't we just do recently a great big renovation at the Lindsay facility with new washrooms and brought everything up to date several years ago, spent considerable money? Is this different washrooms, or is this they're now out of date for some reason? You're on mute, Director.
Sorry, I apologize. To you, Mr. Mayor. That project back in 2011 dealt with the main lobby and the fitness and aquatics side of the facility. The arena, the twin pad portions of the facility was not touched, so we get an annual budget to be able to address the washrooms, and that includes the washrooms and all the change rooms in the arena side of things. And there are 10 change rooms plus female washrooms, plus a referee's room that has washrooms in it as well. So this is an annual budget to do a rotational basis to address the washrooms and change rooms on the arena side.
That makes sense. Thank you for the clarification. Councillor Richardson?
Thank you, and through you. So on projects, you both have Oakwood and Little Britain. Look like the scope is the same, but you have a significant difference in budget numbers. I was just wondering what the difference was there.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. One is the replacement of the piece of the equipment as well, whereas the other is just the installation of the stand, and then the actual locations of them plays a part in the cost as well. But the biggest part is the replacement of the piece of equipment itself.
Councillor Dunn?
Yeah, I gotta ask, what is a desiccant stand?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. So a desiccant dehumidifier is a part of the ice equipment that properly treats both the arena area itself, which then allows for the ice surface to be treated properly. The stand itself is something that we need to do from a health and safety standpoint, so that when staff or a contractor are going in to do some maintenance or repair on the piece of equipment, then they're in a safe position because they're not having to balance around things, and with a potential to fall, this makes it a safe place to be able to provide the required maintenance and repair.
Got it. Thank you. Any further questions on recreational facilities? Councillor Ashmore?
Through you to the Director Shanks. The Omimi Arena, actually it's called the Emily Omimi Arena, just a correction there. There's a replacement for the electrical panel. I'm just wondering how old the electrical panel is in the Emily Omimi Arena.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, the electrical panel is from the original construction of that facility. So back in the 70s, there has been some lightning strikes to the Emily Omimi Arena that has caused some significant downtime of the plant. And because the panel is of an age that it is getting very difficult to replace. And in fact, Hydro One has stated that it's getting to a point that if we have further electrical strikes that cause some significant issues, we won't have replacement parts. So it's probably, of all the pieces of equipment within our arena facilities across the city, it's the most outdated.
Any further questions on recreational facilities? Seeing none, thank you. We'll move over to Parks and Rec equipment. Still, Director Shanks is with us. Any questions on... I had a question, Director, on the exercise equipment. I know we do an ongoing replacement. Is there any opportunity to take a break on that, just from obviously our exercise facilities haven't been utilized as much as they usually are? Is there a little less wear and tear, or is this just sort of an ongoing between here and the Bob Cajun facility for our exercise equipment?
To you, Mr. Mayor, I would suggest that if anything, our equipment will be seeing an increase of use. That's one of the areas that we've tried to continue providing some recreational opportunities to the residents of the city of Kawartha Lakes. It's been open. Yes, it's been less used at the current time, but I believe as the pandemic hopefully starts to lessen up a little bit, we will see increased usages. And with the expected opening of the Forbert Pool facility in the new year, and with the snowbirds staying south, we believe we might see an uptick in the use there as well for something to do. So I would suggest that we really are not in a position to look at any kind of reduction in that budget, so that we can continue to provide the service that we require.
Thank you. Councillor Elmsley.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm just wondering, aquatic programming equipment, where are we using kayaks, paddle boats, canoes, and similar assets? Just where are they for?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. So that is all programming, even though it's those are typically outdoors. They are used within the pool in Lindsay as part of our recreational program that we provide. So we do that every year. And those are programs that are on an annual basis. With COVID-19 and the pandemic on us, there is some requirements for the cleaning of those specific pieces of equipment that mean we need to have some additional equipment to provide for the downtime to clean that equipment while other equipment can be used for the next program, as well as we're moving forward. And as we've seen Logie Park get developed, and as we're going to develop Bobcaygeon Beach Park, there is a plan to try to provide some outdoor programming from a standpoint of that style of stuff, as well as people wish to get more outdoors as we develop parks that can provide for that service. And again, due to the pandemic, with the opportunities in some indoor places being somewhat restricted, we anticipate there being an opportunity to increase that programming outside.
Thank you. Does that mean that we wouldn't therefore be buying that equipment as part of either the Logie Park or the Bobcaygeon Beach Park program? That if we would have a reduced amount in those projects?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, those capital projects did not include purchases for those things because they're not capital related items, and because they're transportable. So they might be stationed in specific locations, but if the city chose to offer a program of that nature in another part of the city, then we could move it up there and use it. A part of this big package as well, even though kayaks, paddle boats, and it's really paddle boards, the stand-up ones, and canoes is there. A lot of it is also the purchase of aquatics equipment that truly is used in the pool. So the lane markers, some of the other aspects of aquatics programs that's used to assist with teaching swimming lessons. So whether it's life jackets or the noodles and things of that nature. So it's really providing that full service, but we highlighted those three because of the pandemic and because of the development of some of the parks.
Thank you. Councillor Ashmore.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Director Shanks. Just a question on parkland furniture. Replacement and acquisition, will we be able to get some of these new benches, for example, to the smaller parks? Like, I'll give an example, Omimi Beach Park, where they use, it's a year-round, they use the playground equipment, and you have parents there that are actually resorting to bringing their lawn chairs to actually use the furniture. There's no furniture there. Can we get some of these benches, even if it's one or two, into the smaller parks? Please.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the council. So this particular capital project is for the replacement of park furniture that's required to be replaced, whether because of age, because it's broken, whatever, to bring it online with what the standards within the city has. My understanding is that through the pandemic and community task forces, there is a request to look at providing some increased furniture, both in the parks and in some of the downtown areas. If that gets approved, then those budgets would be used for that purpose. And the answer to your question would be yes.
That's good, thanks.
Thank you. Any further questions on Parks and Rec equipment? Okay, seeing none, we'll flip over to page 55, our last one in the 2021 capital budget. Cemetery site works and facilities is Director Shanks again. Monuments, fencing, internal roadways. Any questions on that page? Councillor Ashmore?
Through you to the director. I'm not sure if it's still available. I think it is. It's the Campbell Monument Fund out of Belleville, and they give out quite large grants. I know one time I applied for it for a Salem Emily Cemetery when I looked after it, and it gave that cemetery like $30,000 worth of a grant to restore monuments, bases, foundations. Like, do we ever tap into this fund? Because I'm certainly sure like we would qualify to save us in restoration funds.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, I know that's a question that gets asked typically annually at the budget deliberations. That fund no longer exists, so the city has in fact tapped into it previously, but it no longer exists. We do touch base with them annually to see if they're bringing it back online. So if it does come back online, we will put in an application. But the same answer as the previous years is that it's not currently available.
It's not currently
Not available.
available, okay.
Yeah, if they keep track, they keep looking. If it comes back online, they'll apply, but currently not available. Councillor Richardson?
Thank you, and through you. I'm just curious of how many cemeteries we actually maintain and manage now. I know we just, Janetville just became one of ours, so I was just kind of looking for a ballpark figure on what we do have.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, I'm glad you said ballpark, because you're right, it does change. So the ballpark is 45 cemeteries. I believe it's actually 46, but I'll use the ballpark of 45. And then some of them are active and some of them are not. And what I mean by active or not is whether burials still take place in those cemeteries. So we maintain them all, but some of them have some additional costs due to the burial still taking place.
Any further questions on cemetery site works? Councillor Riley?
It's not really in there. On the cemetery, do we have a replacement for the former person that retired and doing the cemetery work, Craig?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, we just hired a cemetery administrator and they just started yesterday. So Pat Wykes is the new cemetery administrator. She's not new to the city. She has worked in the Public Works Department previously, and we're happy to have her join Community Services and Parks, Recreation, and Culture specifically now.
Thank you, Director. I think we're good on that for now. Stick around, we might have some more later, but appreciate it. So is there any, before we move on to, we're just going to go through reserves quickly and just see if there's any questions. We'll move on to decision units. Is there any other questions or comments on the 2021 proposed tax-supported capital budget that we just went through before we move on? Councillor Elmsley?
Yeah, I'm not sure where it is. The Economic Development Reserve, is that available for use for pandemic relief, or is
We're going to go into reserves, so when we get to that section, let's bring that up, because I know Councillor Seymour Fagan had a question about economic development reserves as well.
The other one I had was parking lots. We are doing parking lot in Manvers, and we're also doing the Forebear Pool, I believe. Is that correct? That also may
I seem
be
to recall when we went through parking lots, there was none being done for this year. But I don't know who does parking lots, if that's...
I think it's on page 73.
Well, 73 is deferred to, oh no, 73, okay.
I can answer that question, Mr. Mayor, if you like. So the Bob Cajun Arena parking lot, it was a project that was approved in 2020 to be done, and we deferred it to 2021. So we are still going to move forward, but as part of the corporate process for being able to manage the pandemic and our resources, both staff availability to provide the service as well as the financial requirements. That was one of the projects that was deferred, and that is contingent on the 50-50 grant funding from the Bob Cajun Agricultural Society.
That was approved in 2020, and it was just deferred from a work perspective, but it's already paid for, and it's continuing in 2021.
And am I correct that there's a parking lot, the Manvers parking lot is being done? Is that correct?
Director Shanks, do you know? I don't see the Manvers parking lot anywhere. Was there anything about the Manvers parking lot in this budget?
Page 82.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, yes, it's listed on page 82 of your budget book. It was a 2021 project that staff had put in originally. And again, due to how the city is managing the 2021 budget process, both from a resource perspective of having staff available to complete all of the 2020 projects, as well as looking what 2021 projects we can complete. And then from a financial standpoint of having funds available, that project was deferred to the 2022 request. So when you get to that tab of the budget book of forecasted 2021 capital projects deferred till 2022, that's where the Manvers Arena parking lot and lighting project falls.
Thank you.
Councillor Dunn?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Under the questions and answers, and I know you pointed out where it was, but I've lost it again. Under question number 22, the speed limit signs, when I read the staff response, my understanding is that the 2020 expenditure of 1/3 of the total cost was approved, and it was just deferred. So in this budget, we should be approving the 2021 costs. So the way I read the response is they put the whole thing off. My understanding from talking to senior management was that we were going to do the 2020 and 2021 segment in the 2021 season, and then in the 2022 season when we would do the final portion. And the reason why I bring it up is that's within this term of council. This has been a major concern raised by a lot of the councillors, and I would hate to see it pushed down the road so it's not even being dealt with until we have our next council elected. So that's my understanding they're going to do, but that's not what the response says. So I would like clarification on that.
Let's get some, is that Director Rojas? Ron? Juan, are you there? Hello? So I don't know if you heard the question, but on the speed limit signs, Juan, that the 3-year multi-year project, the response says the first phase was approved in 2020, but the work has been deferred to 2021. Instead of funding the second phase in 2021 and 2022, which was the request, you're proposing that the second and third phases be funded in 2022 and 2023. So we're just looking for clarification. Is that correct?
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor, that is correct. That was in the special project budget. So we have a couple options. We could fund the second installment in 2021, and we could get 2/3 of it done next year. But recognizing that we do have budget constraints and potentially resource constraints, an alternative was to carry over the 2020 and 2021, and then just basically shift the implementation by 1 year. So both are achievable, but because of our budget pressures, we thought 2022 and 2023 would be more financially responsible.
So where in the deferred budget, we're not even there yet, we're getting ahead of ourselves, but where in the deferred budget for 2022 are these signs being proposed with an amount? Is it, go ahead, Ron.
Yes, it's under the special projects. So the tab you have in front of you are capital projects that were deferred. I'm just going to go through it. The speed signs or the speed reduction program was in the special project budget, which I believe is a separate line item. But Jennifer might be able to answer that.
Okay, CAO, it's not in this budget?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, he's correct. It is a special projects budget consideration. That's going to be deliberated in the new year. So it's not a capital item. That's why it's not showing up on any of the lists. So if you wanted to do any action or changes to it, it's coming forward to you as part of operating as well.
Okay, good. So if we want to accelerate that program, we'll do it at operating budget with special projects.
Absolutely.
Okay.
That's fine, yep.
Thank you. Any further questions on, just backing up again, for the 2021 before we move on to reserves? tax-supported capital budget. Okay, so let's move on to reserves and deferred revenue. There was just a couple of questions for clarification. One was the door reserve. I think we all wanted to know, only Councillor Yule knew what it was, but Councillor Helmsley asked the question, developing opportunities for Ontario renters. Does that give you, everybody, the clarity answer they were looking for? Okay, and economic development reserve was a question from Councillor Seymour Fagan, just to provide more direction on the reserves. Council directed that the surplus of actual revenue over expenditures for the year be placed in the council contingency reserve dedicated to corporate economic development priorities with a focus on water quality, food, and environment. So I would assume that's the council economic development reserve that you're referring to. The business incubator reserve, and that's been there forever. So we're doing our reserve review. We're going to have, in the new year, we're going to have some suggestions come forward on a policy for reserves and how we can consolidate some of these and instead of just all these reserves. Is that correct, Director?
That's correct.
Councillor Helmsley, you had a question about economic development. Now would be a good time.
I wondered if some of the economic development reserve could be used for the funds that the pandemic relief task forces are looking for in terms of the economic development pandemic task force, particularly whether that was an appropriate place to get some money to do the kind of work that needs to be done.
I mean, council can obviously give direction with any reserve they want, is my understanding. But we've put a substantial amount of money from that surplus from 2019 into a pandemic-related contingency reserve. So I think there's not a whole lot of big-ticket items other than the Fenelon Falls downtown. From an infrastructure perspective, that the Economic Recovery Task Force would require. I think we've more than got it covered right now with those funds from the surplus that we've chose to put in there. As that plays out in the new year, you know, we can certainly make adjustments if we need to, but I think I would just suggest we're covered for now. More than covered for now. We're in good shape. Sorry, I'm going to go by this. Councillor Richardson?
Thank you, and through you. On page 57, too, under the Pits and Quarries Gravel Reserve, it's got in the 2021 operating $160,000. I just was looking for a further explanation on that particular item.
So I don't know who do we direct that to, Mr. Director Stover?
Sorry, which reserve were you referring to?
The Pits and Quarries Gravel.
Pits and Quarries Gravel Reserve, where it says 2021 operating, we're allocating $160,000 to the operating budget out of the Pits and Quarries Gravel Reserve, and the councillor's just asking what that would be for.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So I believe this is the TOARC sort of funds that come in from other pits and quarries, and then we program that in subsequent budget years. So I'm assuming that this 160, it's actually a draw. For the operating budget, it would be for our gravel program, because we're contributing those dollars back into our capital roads programs.
We've
or
got
operating programs.
We've got our treasurer on the line, either to add to that or to correct that. But I assume you're right. Probably doesn't want to correct you, don't worry. So would those be on haul routes? Would that be an allocation, because they're from pits and quarries, they would specifically be used on haul routes, or are they just put into the general operating for roads?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, the Pits and Quarries Reserve is actually not the haul route, doesn't come from the aggregate money. The aggregate money goes to a haul route reserve that's within the capital contingency reserve, and that is used on haul routes for the capital budget. So Adam would figure out which haul routes are having capital projects, and he would apply that. Now, the Pits and Quarries Reserve is something that if we use gravel for various capital projects in the city, we put a value on that, we transfer it to that reserve, and then that reserve then pays for gravel pit maintenance in each year in operating. So 160,000 is planned in gravel pit maintenance, and so this reserve will cover that.
So this reserve is from revenue from the city's pits and quarries, correct?
Yes.
Okay, good. Thank you. Councillor Seymour Fagan?
Yes, thank you, through you. So I still don't have an answer as to what the Council Economic Development Reserve is of $600,000. Actually, all the Economic Development Reserves, I'm wondering what's in them. And what's the Children's Service Reserve of $1.3 million? Thank you.
Okay, so let's deal with the Economic Development Reserve first. CAO?
Sure, I'll start on that one through you, Mr. Mayor. So back in 2010, the council at the time opted to establish a focused economic development reserve for localized programming. I believe it was about $1 million. And over that time, in the 10 years, it's been allocated predominantly to water projects. We were doing some programming with Fleming, for example. It's been used also in the past, or council's allocated it for special economic development projects. One that's top of mind that we're considering in the future is programming and looking at that parkette that we're acquiring in downtown Lindsay. There's that small little space that I believe the Value Mart owns, that we would recommend that type of programming when it's related to tourism or other purposes. But it's been allocated by council annually for various local economic development initiatives.
So you're
Sorry.
following up on the other two, the
Yeah, there's-
Business Incubator Reserve and the Tourism Info Center Reserve? Do you know, or do you want?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'll try to start at least my recollection. So the Tourism Info Center, so we did have a reserve that was historically established to look at information kiosks. I believe there was a review years ago of establishing one in the entry to Lindsay. And so a reserve was established by council to look at that. We're not proposing any programming, obviously, with that at this point. And it is probably one that needs a second look at or review when we do the reserve strategy with council. And it would be at that time where you could rescope it or consolidate it. The Business Incubator Reserve, I'm not as familiar with.
Caroline, Business Incubator Reserve, I was on council in 2003, and I remember putting money into a reserve for a business incubator, and it still seems to be sitting there, so.
Yes, through you to the councillor. It actually originated in 2001. So it was part of a capital project to develop a business incubator. And economic development has been using it a bit. They do have an innovation cluster that they have been using it for. It originated with, I think, 250,000 in it, and then they have been using it throughout the years for various innovation center expenses. And the Tourism Info Center Reserve was also created in 2001.
Okay, so these will be part of our reserve program coming forward on how we want to allocate these and consolidate or whatever council wants to do with them at the time. Follow up, Councillor Seymour Fagan.
It was just the other one I had a question on, the Children's Service Reserve of $1.3 million.
Where are you on that
Through
one?
you to the councillor, I'm going to defer to Rod Sutherland, as he would know more about how it originated. I know it came about through a grant that came from the government, and we have been kind of picking away at it as grant funding tends to be reducing in that area, but I'll leave it to Rod to explain.
Thank you. Go ahead, Rod.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the Children's Services Reserve was funded by 100% provincial funding. It was created in about 2006 under the Best Start program. The city received it as an unconditional grant. The decision was made to put it into a reserve to support the childcare system. Over the years, there's been some allocations from it through the operating budget process to support fee subsidies to avoid the implementation of a wait list for fee subsidy. That reserve has, I believe the last allocation was part of I think 2018 or 2019 budgets, but it is unconditional. But the current direction from council is to maintain it for the childcare system.
Any other questions on reserves while we're there? Councillor Ashmore? Sorry, I missed you. Go ahead.
It's okay. Thank you. Through you to either Carolyn or Jennifer. When you look at the reserves, we have $40 million worth of reserves. If you take out the legacy funds, 22 million, and the interest is used for various projects in each community. So $18 million left over in these reserves. Like, where does that interest go to that's earned from these reserves? Is there a special fund that it goes into, or if you can just enlighten me on that, if you could. Thanks.
Caroline, are you with us?
Through you to the councillor. The only reserve interest that we allocate over to reserves is to the obligatory funds. And the obligatory funds are more the DC reserves, the parkland reserves, any government grant that comes forward, such as the gas tax that requires us to apply interest specifically to the reserves. So we would put investments aside for those specific obligatory reserves and apply the interest. The council reserves do not have interest going to them, although we would have probably investments because we have reserves. That is something that we are going to explore in this new reserve strategy that we have coming forward.
So would any of these, most of these funds for reserves, if they're generating interest from an investment, that the interest would go back into that reserve? Is that?
No, if it's an obligatory fund, yes, the interest goes directly to that reserve. But if it's a normal reserve, like the capital reserve or the children's services reserve that Rod just mentioned, the interest would go into the income statement and would form part of the surplus at the end of the year.
Okay. Good, thank you. Any other questions on reserves? Okay. So just a quick flip over to, I know we went through this before, the delayed start projects. I don't know if there's any further questions on projects deferred to the fall, resuming this fall, going into next year. I don't think so. So then I just want to flip over, just jump if I'm missing it. So let's flip over to 78. And is there any capital projects that have been deferred to 2022 for budget considerations? Is there any discussion, comment, anything anybody wants to ask or propose before we take a break for lunch and come back and deal with decision units? Councillor Helmsley, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Is this the moment to talk about Coburn Street and the reconstruction thereof?
No, that would be a decision unit after lunch. We're going to feed you first.
Okay.
Any questions, comments on projects? These are the 2021 capital projects that have been deferred to for 2022 budget considerations. It's your last chance to get them over to further discussion. Councillor Ashmore?
Yeah. I brought it up before. Verlem Centennial Park washroom demolition, page 81. Is that washroom currently closed? And if we do demolish it in another year or so, 2 years, will it be replaced? So I guess my question would be through you to the Director.
Director Shanks.
Director Shanks, yeah.
Did you hear the question, Director? The Vermilion Centennial Park washroom for demolition
I did, yes, thank you. And through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, that washroom has not been in operation for quite some time. There's been porta potty placed there in that park to service those needs since the washroom facility itself has been offline. It's in quite terrible shape, to be honest with you. The location of it is to the water is a concern. So the plan finally has been to remove it, both because of the eyesore and because of the environmental concerns. And we would continue to service that park with porta potty as we do with the majority of other parks across the city.
Yeah, that's a nice park there. It's a well-used park, and it's one of the main parks between Lindsay and Bobcaygeon. I mean, it would be nice to replace it, even if it's just with a smaller facility. I mean, I think the use is increasing all the time. I don't know if there's any way we could look at replacing it.
Well, let's have that discussion in 2022 when that comes forward for demolition. Then I think that's would be the time to bring forward any ideas beforehand. It's not in the budget for this year. Okay, Councillor Richardson.
Thank you, and through you. The Janville community.
Tracy, can you just talk into your mic a little more? Because
Oh,
I'm having
sorry.
trouble hearing you when you turn your.
I'll go this
ahead.
way.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Under Janetville Community Center, foundation, roof, and kitchen, my concern is not doing any repairs on this roof. Is it going to create more damage?
Director Shanks, Janetville.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, certainly recognize the concern. This is a project that in fact was brought forward a number of years ago through the asset registry audits that was done by Altus that did a registry audit on all of our city facilities. Staff are comfortable with the fact that the deferral of 1 year won't create any significant concerns, but staff will monitor it. And if there is something that requires immediate replacement, we will look at the funds that we've got available or repair. We'll look at the funds available to us to do so. And if there is a requirement for an emergency procurement, we would come forward. But we are optimistically hopeful that a deferral until 2022 will be able to work.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Yeo.
Yeah, and my question basically through you is what are we talking about? We're talking about stuff in next year's budget. So are we making decisions on next year's budget, or?
No,
and
we're
how-
just, I just
and how
want to
far
make.
does- Well, how far does this train go down the track?
No, this is just projects that staff are recommending that were originally programmed for 2021 that as part of our capital budget have been deferred to 2022. So I just want to go through it. If there's something on here council wants to move up, to see if council will agree to move it up because they don't want to leave it deferred, before we go to, then we would add it to decision units. If there's questions, I don't want to go through this section because it's here and start dealing with the decision units until everybody's comfortable with what's being deferred, that's all. So if there's a proposal that there's something here that you feel needs to be done in 2021, then my suggestion would be let's put it on as a decision unit. We'll discuss it after lunch to see where council wants to go. Other than that, we'll just leave them for 2022 discussion.
Thank you.
Does that help? Thank you. Councillor Seymour Fagan.
Hi, thank you. So it's a question on its information technology systems for the fire station and training center Wi-Fi that they were going to get it. So I'm just wondering, where is it and do they need it? Because I know in certain areas there is no Wi-Fi service. So like specifically Burnt River, yeah, and there's no cellular service. So I'm not sure where this is.
This is for 2022, so it's not really like a question-wise. I'm more looking for, if you're looking for something to be put into this year's budget, that's a good question for next year's budget when we deal with it, unless you feel it needs to be done this year.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, is it a safety issue? So that's what I want to know, because it's deferred another year. It's been deferred a few years.
So this is for Wi-Fi at the fire station and training center, and you want to know if it's a safety issue?
Yeah, and what training center?
Well, let's get the fire chief or yourself. Go ahead.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So
Yeah.
first of all, the training center is the shared Cameron facility. So we would be looking at just upgrading Wi-Fi for training purposes. And it's used not just by fire, but by other emergency services for sure, and other departments. I think similarly, the intent is over time to have Wi-Fi service upgraded to all of our fire stations, but it's certainly not it's not for a safety issue or part of the communication systems that are necessary. This is really to upgrade the Wi-Fi for better just business management, if you will. In the future, it would be, through you, Mr. Mayor, for fire stations and the Cameron Training Facility that is adjacent to the depot.
Okay, thank you. So I'm just wondering if this, because I know specifically Burnt River, when we've had meetings there, we can't access the Wi-Fi. The other people can't access the Wi-Fi. There is Wi-Fi there, but it's closed. So I'm just wondering if this was including Burnt River, because there's no cellular service either, right? Councillor Yeo? No, so I'm just wondering if that's included, because I feel that that is a safety issue, specifically up in that area.
Well, I think we have the fire chief on the line, so let's ask him for his comment on if this includes the Burnt River. Go ahead, Chief.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Through you to council. The Burnt River area, and there still are some pockets within the city that are going to present some challenges. I can't say for 100% certainty that this project will fix all of those problems, but what I can assure you though is that it is not a health and safety issue. We don't rely on the internet or our cellular services for primary emergency communications. We have our tower system, our repeater channels, and our VHF mobile and portable radios for that function.
Okay.
Yes, I understand that, but I'm asking, is this the Wi-Fi upgrades for some of these stations that don't have access? Like, was it for Burnt River? That's what I'm asking. We've had meetings there, and we, just as councillors, couldn't get on anything, and I know that there's a closed system there, but we couldn't get on it. So I'm wondering if it was specific for certain stations.
Yes, thank you to council through the mayor. It's basically to put Wi-Fi in any station that is capable of having Wi-Fi in it. I don't have the list of from IT of what are our stations. I know there's 2 or 3 that, regardless of the upgrade, still may have some challenges. I don't know what those are just off the top of my head, but each station presently has internet. It's just the Wi-Fi capability within the station, so that you can, you're not just confined to the office area. You can have internet access through the training room and some of the other areas throughout the station.
Thank you. That's what I thought. Thank you very much for clarifying that.
Thank you. Councillor Dunn?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Director Shanks. Memorial Park washrooms, does washrooms still work?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, yes, the washrooms are still operational. Again, they're very aged and tired, and they're not accessible from a legislation standpoint, not even close. So they are a significant requirement for future need, but again, based on the city's management of the pandemic from both the staff resource and a financial resource, deferring it until 2022 is the most logical solution for that. But they are still operational, and that service can be provided until they're replaced.
I'm good, thank you.
Councillor Ashmore?
For you, just a quick question, engineering, please. Pigeon Lake Road 17, page 78. I understand putting it off for another year or so, but will we be finishing that road someday? Like, there's another section from towards Lindsay, towards Post Road. Just if you could sort of summarize whether this road will be finally done from one end to another, from Lindsay to Bobcaygeon. It's a long road. It's a busy road. It's probably our busiest, one of our busiest roads. I think it's almost as busy as Highway 36. And it's getting it's getting in, not rough shape, but I mean, it certainly needs reconstruction, but will it be on the plan for the next 3 years or 2
Well,
years?
it's on here for 2022. That's what it's here for. It's been deferred from 2021, but it's on for 2022. Go ahead, Director. You wanna, that's what
Yeah,
you were gonna say?
Sorry, through you, Mr. Mayor. So just a heads up, we're on the next tab, but that's okay because 78 is part of the deferred to 2022. But you're absolutely correct. It was deferred this year because of budget pressures and human resources constraints potentially. But it is in our plan to do it in 2022 as indicated in the budget book.
Okay, anything else? Councillor Seymour Fagan?
Yes, I'd like to move the internet, just because we're in the age of internet and we need it right now, especially with this pandemic as well. I'd like to move that one over to a decision unit instead of deferral. The 15,000, I think.
Moved by Councillor Seymour Fagan, second. Councillor Ashmore, you pretty much spoke to it. Call the question, all in favor? Well, hands up, please. That's passed. Okay, we'll discuss that after lunch. Anything else? Is there any appetite for discussing the sidewalks? I'm a little concerned about pushing off some of these sidewalks. We've made a great commitment this year in our roads. We haven't reduced our roads budget at all from what we usually spend as a priority. Sidewalks are a pretty big priority as well. Is there any appetite just to take those 3 sidewalks and move them over to a decision unit for this afternoon, and let's have a discussion about the needs for them, just as a talk? Yes, Councillor Yeo?
Yeah, I guess we can move them over for a talk. It's just that I'm looking at the Murray Street sidewalk, I'm thinking obviously is tied to the urban rural reconstruction Murray Street project. So there's probably a quick answer for at least one of them. But yeah, I'll move we take them over for discussion and answer after lunch.
Over for a decision unit? You'll second it, Councillor Elmsley? Questions? All in favor? That's passed. Okay, so we'll move those 3 sidewalk things over to decision units this afternoon, and we'll get some information on the rationale. And let's take a break for lunch, and let's shoot to come back at 12:30. Thank you. Okay, we'll call the meeting back to order. We're at item 7.2, which is decision units. I need a motion first to receive the decision units 2021 as amended for the tax-supported capital budget. Just a motion to receive. Councillor Elmsley and Yo, all in favor? That's passed. Thank you. And, okay, item 1 on the decision units is the Coburn Street, Water Street to Bond Street in Fenelon Falls, reconstruction of the downtown, recommended from the Economic Recovery Task Force. I know, Councillor Elmsley, you want to move this decision unit. I've got a motion here, if you'll bear with me, that decision unit number 1, Coburn Street, Water Street to Bond Street, be approved in the amount of $2,733,000 to be funded $659,314 from the capital reserve, $273,300 from the development charge reserve, and the balance to be funded from the pandemic-related portion of the contingency reserve. That would be the motion if you want to move it and where the funding would come from. You'll move that, Councillor Elmsley. Anybody second? Councillor O'Reilly. So if just, and I know you want to speak to it, but just that pandemic-related portion of the contingency reserve was the 219 surplus that we, earlier in the day, we put into the contingency reserve for pandemic-related infrastructure and projects from the task force. This was one of them. So that's where that's coming from. So Councillor Elmsley, you want to speak to convince council to approve this as a decision unit? Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This has been a long time coming. If I go back to even prior to 2012, when it was first proposed to be done as a result of some red funding that never materialized. But at that time, a group of people in Fenelon started to work on downtown redevelopment. And there was a glimmering of this even prior to that when the Chess Fund materialized and there was controversy over whether it should be used for a community center or whether it should be used for downtown upgrades. Many people, well, not many people, but some of the people on this task force back in 2012 spent their own money to go away for a week and take a course put on by the provincial government through RED and how you went about applying for it and how you went about doing the things that were necessary in order to qualify. And it was, I believe it was a 3-day course that, as I say, they funded themselves. When they came back, they had to do a number of surveys. Then we morphed that into various committees, and we had several studies done, including a downtown redevelopment study of which there were drawings produced at a fairly substantial cost. Then there was the Voigt report on the use of the downtown that went on at the same time we did a corridor study as to traffic flows in Fenelon and how that could be relieved. And most recently, of course, we've done Second Crossing and other. So we have studied the Fenelon downtown to death, and it's time we got on. We know that there are quite a few problems in the downtown with the structure and with the construction that exists there, including the water and wastewater, which I know we'll get to in a little while, and I'll speak to that as well. But I think that the folks in Fenelon, and of course we now have the Downtown Redevelopment Task Force, which is ongoing, you know, they have done everything they were asked to do in order to get this done, and they've seen projects in other parts of the city and other projects come forward and take precedent over this. And I just think that we have reached the point where it is time that we get this done. And it would be a grave injustice if it doesn't go forward at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Riley, you seconded it. Do you want to speak to it?
No, I'll just be brief. I think one of the key things is in our Economic Development Recovery Task Force was infrastructure and downtowns. And so I think it was certainly things that it was a priority for it. And certainly we've done Bob Cajun and working Bob Cajun. Obviously we've done a fair bit of work in Lindsay as well. So I think it's a natural one to move forward. And as mentioned earlier, we're going to go to Omimi and whatever after that in other downtowns. So anyways, I don't have anything further to add than Councillor Emsley.
Thank you. I'll speak to it as well, and I fully support this project. I think from our Economic Recovery Task Force had a good discussion. Infrastructure was one of the areas that we looked at from a pandemic recovery, biggest bang for the buck. You know, we talked about various roads, different projects, big projects, and what are the projects if we're going to do, and we're going to not necessarily accelerate because this one was sort of targeted for 2021, but you know, if we were going to put some money into something, what would be the biggest bang for the buck? And by far, you know, this downtown project came forward. It is due. The design is done. You know, it's time for a refresh in Fenelon Falls. And just to add, I won't dwell. Councillor Elmsley covered it well. But you know, there's some amazing people in Fenelon Falls that contribute. You know, pretty special to this community. They put a lot of time and effort and, you know, and grants, and whenever we do a project, the community matches that grant, which we don't always do in other areas of the city. So there's a real good partnership with Fenelon Falls, and, you know, we've got some momentum, and you know what, these are the kind of things when we've got people in our community that are participating, and they're part of these groups, and they're part of what's going on to help our community. We need to keep them engaged, and it's all about momentum. And we have a lot of momentum in Fenelon Falls, and you know, I don't look at this as like a Fenelon Falls project. These are projects that benefit the whole city of Kawartha Lakes. We've done Bob Cajun downtown. We're just finishing up on Lindsay. You know, Fenelon is next. Omimi's on the horizon. I know we've got some work to do in Cobeconk and you know, some of the other areas, but you know, it's just, we got to keep that momentum going. And, you know, with this would have been a struggle if we didn't have that surplus from 2019, but we do. This doesn't affect our tax levy moving forward. And I think to take those funds and utilize a portion of them, and this will still leave, just so you know, about $1.15 million in that contingency reserve for pandemic relief going into other decision units or into next year when some of these task force recommendations come back regarding funding. So we're certainly not utilizing that whole reserve. I think it's a good use from an infrastructure perspective, and it certainly has my full support moving forward. So, Councillor Ashmore, go ahead.
Question, I support it. I'm just wondering, is there any way we could, with the financing, is there any way we could debenture part of it instead of using a lot of the reserves? You know, paid over 10 years and part of it in a debenture. Just a question if that's something that can be done, or, I mean, I know the funds are earmarked here, but we are taking it out of reserves, but something like this, a long-term project, if we debentured it, just my thoughts here.
Well, a couple things, and I'll let the director speak to it, but the reserve we're taking it out of, we've topped up from that 2019 surplus. So we're not draining our reserves. We're using the funds that we made a motion earlier for to put into that reserve. Plus there was money left over from the Lindsay project that we made a motion earlier. That went into the capital reserve. And plus there's some DC reserve space that was filled up. I'm going to assume with our capital projects for 2021, we've utilized our debt as much as we need to utilize it. So I'm not even sure if that option is there. I'm not sure why we would utilize debt when we have the funds, uncommitted funds really sitting there from 2019 to utilize, but I'll let you answer that.
So Mayor Latham, you're correct. Within the 2021 capital budget that's now been approved, We have used up all the debenture room that we have within our self-imposed debt limit. So if you did want to proceed with some level of debt financing on this project, it would require a special debenture.
Okay. Councillor Dunn?
Yeah, I'll speak in favor of the motion too. I just want to make sure that Councillor Elmsley doesn't want to wait till after the traffic flow problem is solved at the bridge.
No, I'm pretty sure he doesn't. Any other comments on that decision unit? Everybody's clear on the motion. Councillor Seymour Fagan, go ahead.
Yes, I think this is a perfect opportunity to get our downtowns, our tourism-based downtowns, up to speed. And I know Bob Cajun's been done, and it is time for Fenelon. It's looking a little tired, and it's been a long time coming. So I just want to thank the Economic Recovery Task Force and council for supporting, hopefully council for supporting this. Okay, that's all.
Let's get it supported first. Do you want to sum up, Councillor Elmsley?
Just very briefly, I would appreciate support on this because I think, as has been pointed out, we're a tourist area. The downtown is tired. It needs refreshing and upgrading, and I think it will be a real boost not only to Fenelon but also to the whole city of Kawartha Lakes. I'll point out, and I'll bring the article in, Fenelon Falls was just featured in a 6-page spread in Cottage Life magazine, which is a national publication. And, you know, to go forward on that and improve what we have, I think is just marvelous.
Thank you. Okay, sounds good. I'll call the question. All in favor? That's passed unanimously. Thank you. So item 2, decision unit. Obviously, if we're going to dig up the road and do the downtown, it makes a lot of sense, makes perfect sense to do the underground infrastructure at the same time. So we don't want to make any assumptions, but let's put a motion, if you will, Councillor, that the decision unit number 2, Coburn Street water mains, Water Street to Bond Street, be approved in the amount of $1,261,000 to be funded from the water and sewer debenture. Will you move that?
Absolutely.
And seconded by Councillor Dunn. Thank you. You want to speak to that?
Just very briefly, this will also solve some of the other problems with our water and wastewater because, as we know, and as has been pointed out to us recently, there is a lot of cross connections between the storm sewers and the sanitary sewers, and it has caused on occasion a problem where we've had to dump sewage into the Fenelon River. It used to happen 4 or 5 times a year, and after we put in the holding tank on Elise Street, we're now down to about once a year. But if we could eliminate that, that would also be very good from an environmental point of view, and it would clean up a lot of the pipes and the water in the downtown area, which would be a benefit to the whole town. So I think it's, obviously it makes sense. If you're going to dig up the road, let's change the pipes while we're doing it. Thank you.
Which is what we've done in all the other downtown projects as well. Do you want to speak to it, Councillor Dunn? You're good? Any other questions? Pretty straightforward. All in favor? That's passed again. Thank you. Okay, number 3 is waste receptacles for downtown areas and parks. I am told that they're going to bring, well, I think we'll do there's going to be a decision unit brought forward in the operating budget, and that there is budgeted amount for lots of waste receptacles in Parks and Rec budget. It's already in the budget. And Councillor Yeo, I believe last year, increased the Public Works budget slightly for more waste receptacles. So I am told there's lots of extra waste receptacles that we can purchase for our parks and our downtowns within the current budget. It's just further cleaning them or keeping, enhancing that service in our parks and our downtowns will come forward in a decision unit in the operating budget. Did I get that right? Okay. So we don't need to deal with this at capital. There's no capital component for that number 3 decision unit. Any questions? Go ahead, Councillor Seymour Fagan.
Okay, so that they say that they've got the money for the receptacles. I know that there's an area specifically in Councillor Richardson's ward. She's asked for receptacles and hasn't received any. I've asked for a couple as well, so I'm just wondering how we get these receptacles, if there's funding for them, and as it's going to be put in the operating budget for cleaning these. Also, I think the thing that's really important with the downtown, so hopefully they can hear me, about the operating budget, it's not just emptying the garbage cans, it's also cleaning up around them, and if there's weeds and there's garbage outside of it, making sure it's clean and tidy and our downtowns are kept beautiful. So I think that that's very important in the operating budget.
Well, we'll have a discussion with them about what we're looking for as part of that decision unit, because they need more information as well on what we're looking for, but I'm assured that we have enough for safe waste receptacles to cover the need for our downtowns and parks. How you get those, I'll let you deal with Parks and Rec and Public Works regarding that. Sorry, not part of budget today. Okay, so we good on that? Okay, so number 4 is the boat launch network. One of the recommendations from the task force again was to work on our trails and boat launches as outdoor activities, to upgrade them, to accelerate the ongoing program. We do have an operating program for boat launches, regular maintenance on our boat launches each spring. But the capital project for boat launches, if you turn to page 81, you can see that it has been, the only one they had brought forward was the Head Lake boat launch, and it was deferred to 2022. So there are no capital projects right now for boat launches, which is not really the direction the task force was recommending and that council endorsed as a decision unit. So we have a couple of options. We can either leave it as it is, or we can, obviously the first priority would be the Head Lake boat launch, include that and fund it from the pandemic portion of the contingency reserve, because that was what it was put for. But we also talked about accelerating, so if you want to add another boat launch, we can get Director Shanks to come on and tell us what's the next one in the priority list, what would it cost, and where do you want to go. So do you want that information first? What would be the next boat launch and maybe the next one, and see how far you want to accelerate it, if at all? You want to do that? Okay. Director Shanks? Hello, sir. So I don't know if you heard us, but we're talking, we got the Head Lake boat launch, we're clear on that as your first priority if we want to move that forward. What would be the next boat launch from a priority perspective on your list, and what would be the cost if council wanted to accelerate that a little bit?
Through to you, Mr. Mayor and Council, the next boat launch from a priority sequence standpoint would be the Elliott Falls boat launch. That's up in the Norland area. The cost for that would be approximately $35,000. It would deal with putting in a concrete pad at the actual boat launch, as well as the access roadway into the boat launch as well. There's already some design work done on that, and we've put in a request through to the local agent, the appropriate agencies for permits as well. So that process has already moved forward, understanding that we'll be moving that way at some point, but that will be the next priority. After that, we'd be looking at Colson Park, which would be down on Washburn Island in the southern area of the city, and the approximate cost of that boat launch is about $40,000.
And can all 3 of those be accommodated in the work schedule for 2021 if council chooses to go there?
Again, to you and council, Mr. Mayor, the majority of the work is done through contract, so it would really be contract administration and management. So yes, staff would be able to proceed with moving those projects forward in 2021 if council so chose.
Thank you. So what does council want to do? Councillor Vail?
I'll give you a motion that we accelerate all 3 of those, get them done.
So the Head Lake boat launch be included for $40,000, Elliott Falls in Norland boat launch be included for $35,000, and Colson Park and Washburn Island be included for $40,000 in the 2021 capital budget. And let me just make sure I got my wording. funded from the pandemic-related portion of the contingency reserve. And that's exactly what it's there for. You'll move that? Second? Councillor Yeo, you'll second that? Do you want to speak to it?
As it's already been noted, it's a priority of the Economic Recovery Task Force. There was a lot of conversation, not only about downtowns, but boat launches and parks and everything else that's been being used through this pandemic and is going to continue to be used more prevalently. So I think it's something that we can do. It's not a lot, and pull forward and get it done and then keep everything moving.
Thank you. Councillor Yeo?
Yeah, thank you, and through you, yeah, I don't know about the one in Washburn Island, I apologize, I've never been there, but the one in Elliott Falls and the one in Head Lake are very, very busy boat launches, and it would be welcome to the boating, fishing, and tourism industry to move these up. Thank you.
And you know what? I'll speak in favor of it because I think you hit it right on the head. We're talking about a recovery, and it's outdoor activities. It's bringing people to our area, taking our natural assets that we have in our community and making them. When we talk about helping in our downtowns, and just what can we do with what we have to make a better experience for people who want to enjoy the outdoors in the Kawartha Lakes. And I don't think a better investment than we have than boat launches and trails and such like that. So certainly we'll support it on my end. Councillor Ashmore, go ahead.
Just to comment and a question through you to Director Shanks. These are economic drivers, and I'll give you a couple of examples. In Thurstonia and Pleasant Point, they did a phenomenal job on those boat launches, and the public really likes them, and they're just magnets. They're great for promoting tourism and for the use for the local people. My question is, we have a categorization of boat launches. I think there's 3 categories. So how will we, from now on, prioritize boat launches? Is it based on their category? I think it's 1, 2, and 3. Is that how it's going to be continually classified, boat launches? So, for example, if you have a boat launch in number 3, class number 3, for example, Kings Wharf boat launch, which hasn't been done about 15 years, would it be on the queue sometime in the near future, like these ones that aren't class 1s?
For you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. Basically, so they're including these 3 boat launches that are being discussed right now. There's 6 boat launches that would require, that are listed in the AB. The classification is A, B, and C, so very similar to 1, 2, and 3. But those 6, once they're done, would cover off all of the city boat launches, which are classified in the A and B range, which is fantastic news, and that we've been able to do that. We would then move down to the classification C boat launches, and the very first one on the C list is Osprey Lane boat launch up in the Lake Dalrymple area. So that would be, I'm not 100% certain where that is, but that would be the first one. So again, to answer the question, we would be looking at C once the A's and B's are done. And after this go around, I would suggest there'd be, depending on funding availability, another 1 or 2 years to complete the A and B's before we would move into the C's.
Any further questions? Call the question. All in favor? That's passed. Thank you. So number 5 is the Oakwood Roads Depot Oil and Grit Separator. Emergency replacement upgrade, $120,000. Funded from the Capital Contingency Reserve. Asset has failed, requires costly pumping and haulage. It's going to have to be replaced on an emergency basis during the year it's failed. So that's why it's here. There's a couple here, so I'm not sure it needs Councillor Yeo, or Councillor Elmsley and Yeo. Are we, okay, let me get the motion, sorry. That decision unit number 5, Oakwood Roads Depot Oil and Grit Separator, be approved in the amount of $120,000 to be funded from the Capital Contingency Reserve. Moved by Councillor Elmsley, seconded by Councillor Yeo. Discussion? All in favor? That's passed. Number 6, Fairburn Road Twin Culverts. Again, asset has failed, requires immediate, so it's not closed. That decision unit number 6, Fairburn Road Twin Culverts be approved in the amount of $200,000 to be funded from the Capital Contingency Reserve. Councillor Seymour Fagan, Councillor Dunn. Any discussion? All in favor? That's passed. Next one is Police Services Building, Evidence Room and Forensic Lab, $423,000 to address specialized ventilation and storage needs, capital upgrades. The Decision Unit Number 7, Police Services Building, Evidence Room and Forensic Lab be approved in the amount of $423,000 to be funded from the Capital Contingency Reserve. Councillor O'Reilly? Second by? No? No seconder? Second for discussion? Okay, so seconded by Councillor Seymour Fagan. Councillor Dunn. Oh, you want to speak to it, Councillor O'Reilly? Go ahead. You moved it?
This time, I just, is there, when we discuss the sources of funding the capital reserve, can we use that all the reserve that the Police Services Board has?
No. There's not enough in the Police Services Board reserve.
But partial?
So we can let the director speak to it. This
Sure,
is a
yeah.
capital upgrade to this building, so it's generally rated. It's not area rated, same as all the other buildings in the city. So regular upgrades to the building, regular maintenance is area rated, but not the upgrade, not capital projects as part of this building. So that's why it's not coming out of the police reserve, which there isn't enough anyways.
Yeah, no, so I'll just speak to it, because this is the same as any other building, whether it's a fire hall or whatever it is. It's one of an arena or whatever it is. It's an infrastructure, it's part of our infrastructure, so that's why I moved it.
Councillor Dunn, question?
Yeah, question through you to the director, I guess. What is new with the ventilation needs that wasn't there when they built it? Like, what makes it all of a sudden somewhat critical this year as opposed to going through a regular budget process and doing it in 22 or 2022? Like, why does it have to be done now?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. So it is, in fact, going through the regular process for budget just as a decision unit. In a normal time for budget, when there wasn't the restrictions that the city's facing based on resources, it would have been included. And in fact, it was in the original request, so it would have been debated by council. The rationale for why it's required now, the facility, even though we think of it as a newer facility, and when in comparison with other city facilities it is starting to age, and there's been a significant change in the seizures of what the stuff being seized is, specifically the drugs and the drug paraphernalia. It's a much different drug now, and it requires a different ventilation system for the property room and forensics lab that's there. So there is an ongoing master plan for that facility right now. This is the project in the budget that was highlighted for that master plan, and that's the rationale for why it's required now and why it's part of this discussion and this deliberation for the 2021 capital budget.
Was this request, was it brought forward by the chief as in opposed to something that we've identified as something we would like to do over and do it this year?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, it's actually brought forward jointly. Certainly the police services is aware of the concern and their desire to move forward with it. The master plan for this facility, which is a joint project, which is looking at sort of the use of the space, and the police services group is looking at that, and then from an infrastructure of the facility itself, that's being looked at by the city as a city-owned building. So it truly is brought forward by both parties as a need, and like I say, backed up through the initial stages of the master plan for the facility.
Thank you, Director.
Thank you. Councillor Helmsley?
Well, my question was somewhat the same. Is it necessary to do in 2021, or can it be moved off? So I think the director answered that question. It just seems like one that we could maybe delay, but perhaps not either.
Okay, any other questions? Do you want to, Councillor Ashmore?
Just had a question, I'm not sure who to ask it to, but do we not look at, I don't want to bring up the two police services, but do we not look at cooperating with the OPP and some of these things, and maybe they can help us with some of these needs, like if some of this equipment and specialized evidence has to be kept in this particular building, or whether it can be used in their building. It's a brand new building they have over there, fairly new. It's only a few years old, I guess 5 years old, but I don't know, it's just a question whether that's something that would work for a few years until we have the money to do this.
I don't know the exact details. I'm on the Police Services Board. I can tell you they cooperate in a lot of different ways with the OPP. I mean, they were for their accident center for quite a while. Now it's separated again, but you know, one's provincial, one's a local police force. So I think they cooperate wherever they can. These are specific upgrades that need to be done to this particular building, which I certainly don't think that they can get any assistance from the OPP. There is a lot of cooperation that goes on in the long run, but building needs is not necessarily, they're two fairly unique needs right now. So I would say that won't help much with this project. Any other questions? Ron or CAO, go ahead.
Sorry, through you, Mr. Mayor, just a general comment, just to flag that because we changed our budget process this year, the Police Service Board didn't have the opportunity to do their normal presentation sort of in the progression. So typically we've had agencies, boards come in about the October timeframe. Capital budgets are then deliberated in November, operating in December. And so this was one that sort of fell between the cracks because we couldn't flag it as part of a capital need that was endorsed by that group as well. So I asked staff to put it on the list, the 3 items, just to make sure that it didn't get lost, knowing that the police service wasn't coming forward to council until January, when agencies would be presenting. But it is, as the one director said, a shared need expressed from the chief as well as our own building group, because we manage the building.
Thank you. Councillor Dunn, follow up?
Yeah, I'm going to speak against the motion for now. It's coming out of a contingency reserve, which means it can certainly be funded at a later date if, in fact, if this was a health and safety issue, I'd be all over it. But it just sounds like it's an upgrade issue. We want to keep on upgrading our facilities, and if that's the reason we're doing it, then I'm not in support of it. If the chief is making a presentation in January, February, and he says, hey, council, this is something that's important for us, for our people, then because it's coming out of a contingency reserve, I think that's the appropriate time to approve it. Otherwise, I think we should put it off until 2022.
Thank you. Any other questions, comments? Do you want to sum up, Councillor Riley? Don't say no and then speak. Say yes and speak.
Yeah, yes.
Okay.
Yes. I'll say yes. I think it's here for a reason. I think Director Shanks gave the obvious reasons why it's here, and both in conjunction with the police services, and then also with the repairs that are needed and the ventilation that's needed in the building. So, not to belabor the point, yes.
Thank you. Okay, so we have the motion on the floor. I'll call the question. All in favor? Motion fails. So can I assume that 8 and 9 aren't going to pass either? Okay, so we'll get... You think we should pass 9? The toilet and plumbing? But not the upgrade. What about servers for 911 service? Okay, let's do them one at a time then.
Move 8 and 9.
8 and 9 be approved, funded from the capital contingency reserve. Moved by Councillor Elmsley, second. Councillor Yeo? Okay, go ahead.
My only question is, what kind of toilet costs $16,000?
Toilets and plumbing. We can ask the director for an update on the toilets.
For you, Mr. Mayor, to the counselor, it's a question that gets asked all the time, obviously. It's specific to the cells. So as you can imagine, washroom facilities that are in cells need to be constructed in a certain way that ensure that there's no potential for the cellmate, for the cell people to use them for other purposes, that there's no parts that they can take off of them to make other things or use other things. So it's a very highly specialized toilet, and that is in fact the cost of a replacement. And I would suggest to you that it is 100% a requirement so that cell can continue.
I think we got it, thanks. Okay, thank you. Do you want to speak to it? No? Okay, I'll call the question. All in favor? That's passed. Okay, so item 5, the one that we added was item 10, which is the 50/50 portion of the grant program from page 51. So if we go back to 51.
Mr. Mayor, it's Director Shanks. I'm not sure if the council chamber is aware, but there's no sound from that area. It's quiet.
You're not getting any sound from me here? You can't hear me? Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can. Thank you, sir.
Okay,
So,
thank
I'm
you
not
for-
sure what was discussed there, if there was a further question asked from me.
No, we passed it. It's good. Thank you. Okay, so we'll move to item 10, Decision Unit 10, which was from page 51, the 50/50 grant program. The contingency, we've had a conversation about doubling that. So the motion would be, if you want to go there, that the 50/50 community program be 80,000 be added to the program from the pandemic-related portion of the contingency reserve. And I guess the terms of reference be adjusted accordingly for grant. So you'll move that, Councillor Helmsley? Not seconding it? Second by Councillor O'Reilly. Do you want to speak to it?
Just briefly, I think we've talked at the pandemic relief meetings, and we talked here in council that we weren't going to require the 50% portion from the community groups. If we don't double the amount in there, it's going to mean that the projects that come forward are only going to be half funded, because these groups have not had the ability to do their normal fundraising and to do the normal things they would do in order to have the funds to match the 50/50. So if we're going to have a non-50/50 program, I think that we need to double the money so that these projects, some of which are $15,000, get funded next year. And, you know, a lot of these things are things that benefit all of our communities with what these local groups do in terms of tourism attraction and upgrading public spaces so that they're attractive for visitors coming, and also some permanent upgrades that are beneficial to everybody. So I think it makes sense for us in this 1 year as a one-time effort to double the amount in the 50/50 in order to accommodate these groups.
So why don't we, in the motion, for clarity, why don't we just say the one-time increase of 80,000 for the 2021 capital budget? Then it doesn't carry on automatically after that. You're okay with that? Who seconded it? You're okay with that?
Yeah, I'm fine. Just to echo the words of Councillor Helmsley, I think it's really tough fundraising for these organizations and the community, especially with the COVID-19. So I think it's a one-time thing, and I think it'll be appreciated.
Thank you. Councillor Richardson?
Thank you, and through you, I'm in agreement too. I just have a question to the director at this time. I was wondering what type of intake we had during this season of 2020 with so many centers and operations down.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. The first intake is just wrapped up, so we haven't had a full review of them, but it appears as though the intake is very similar to what it has been in previous years. Without the additional matching funds from a city perspective, Councillor Elmsley would be correct, is that we'd only be able to fund, basically they'd only have funds for half of the project, or we would only be able to fund half of the projects moving forward because we were putting the other 50% forward too. But the intake has been very similar. And after the discussion on this piece is done, Mr. Mayor, if we could just have some clarification, because when it was muted, we just want to make sure we're aware from a follow-up standpoint on the projects 8 and 9. I understand the cell toilet one was approved, but just have some questions to make sure that we're clear on the direction on some of the stuff that we missed. Thank you.
Will do. Thanks. Good. Councillor Dunn?
Yeah, 10-4. This not only helps in our pandemic recovery, it also very much has an economic advantage to us as well. Councillor Elmsley touched on that. These places bring in tourists. They support us by making it a more attractive community to come to, and I fully support this.
Agree. Thank you. Any other comments, questions? Call the question. All in favor? That's passed. Just to go back, Director, so was passed the 2, 8 and 9 for the police building, the police building servers, and the cell toilets and plumbing were both approved out of the contingency reserve for the 2 police projects, but not the renovation of the large portion of the building. Okay.
Thank you. And just so that I can communicate appropriately with the chief, and I know that you sit on the board as well, so you'll probably take care of it. But my understanding in listening to the council debate was that if the chief brings it forward as part of his presentation in January, that it's a requirement, then it would be considered again. So just for me to advise him that that's sort of the next steps. Is that correct?
I think that was a direction. We'll see what the what the priority is that the chief brings forward, and the need. Is it, can it wait a year, or is there a greater need? We'll get some more information from the chief, and then because it's out of a reserve, the decision, if council wants to approve it at that point, council can make the decision then to go ahead. So yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so we'll move down to item 11, which is the fire station Wi-Fi, which is $16,000 from the capital reserve. It would have to be funded. It is strictly for the training center. We've got clarification for improved Wi-Fi at the training center, ports and such on Cameron Road. That is the only project that $16,000 is funding, correct? Director?
That's correct.
Councillor Seymour Fagan?
I think because it's the only project and it's just for the training center, I do not want it as a decision unit.
Okay, no, fair enough. We just brought it forward. We got you some more information, so that was good. Does anybody wants to let it be? Okay. That works. Next one is William Street. We have the 3 sidewalks that I suggested we put in for discussion. William Street sidewalks for $94,000. Monk Road, sorry, this is my writing. Monk Road, CKL Road 121 for $25,000, and Green Street in Fenland Falls for $30,000. They would have to come out of the capital contingency reserve. What does council want to do? Councillor Seymour Fagan?
Yeah, I'd like to move it, and if I get a seconder, I'll speak to it.
How do you want to do it? Do you want to do one at a time, or do you want to do all 3? Huh?
Just have a question on the one, whether it's tied to the Murray Street construction.
Well, let's get clarification, and maybe we'll move them all. Go ahead with your question, Councillor Yeo.
Sorry, I noticed that also being deferred is a construction project on Murray Street. So I was wondering if we do the sidewalk in that area, if it's jumping the gun, whether they can be done at the same time the following year.
Director?
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'm not sure if I can share my screen. Am I allowed to share my screen?
Sure. As long as you don't ask me to do it.
So if you can see that, so Murray Street, the councilor is correct. We've deferred the reconstruction of Murray Street. There is an intersection at Green Street. Typically with a road reconstruction project, we do the curb returns and we end right at the intersection. That's why the sidewalk program goes from, say, midpoint of 42 Murray Street, and it goes to the end of number 3. So this section is being proposed or being deferred, I guess, to 2022 under a construction project. There would be no conflict with reconstruction on Murray Street once we do that. Again, we'll stop short so that when we do Murray Street, we'll just tie in at the curb radiuses.
Does that answer your question?
I think so that means they're not really connected to each other.
That's correct. They're not connected to each other. And on the other side of Green Street is Lindsay Street and the high school. We do have a design underway for a pedestrian crossing as per a previous council resolution that we're working on. And that's why we're stopping short of that intersection as well. So all 3 projects are independent of each other. We'll coordinate and then we'll tie in appropriately.
Thank you.
Thank you. So Councillor Seymour Fagan, what do you want to move? One at a time or all 3?
I think one at a time.
Okay. So the first one is the William Street sidewalk for $94,000. You want to move that it be included in the 2021 capital sidewalk program for $94,000 funded from the capital contingency reserve?
Yes.
Yes? Okay, let me see if we get a seconder and then you can speak to it. Councillor Yeo, go ahead.
I don't know when this sidewalk was done, but it was done with interlocking brick. It has been fixed 3 or 4 times where they've come in and they've thrown cement down on the ground and tried to fix it. It's dangerous because the interlocking brick is crumbling. Now it's super unsightly because it's got cement with ridges all over it. So it's not only, it's ugly. It doesn't look good, but it's a safety issue. And it's a street that it heads between King Street and Canal. It's used heavily in the summertime for people walking to their boat. So I think and it's only on one side. We only have a sidewalk on one side. It's also with the entrance to all the back lots and to the food land. So it should be done.
Thank you. Councillor Yeo, do you want to speak to it? No. Director, if you're still on the line, I meant to ask you when you were there, can these 3 sidewalks all be accommodated in the 2021 work plan if council chooses to fund them? Can they all be done in 2021 based on your schedule?
Yes, it can be.
Thank you. Okay, any questions on William Street before we call the question? I'll call the question. All in favor? That's passed. Thank you. Next one is Monk Road. Sidewalk, no, sorry, next one is, Monk Road, CKL 121 to Bob Cajun Road in Kinmount for $25,000. Same motion that we funded from the capital in the 2021 capital budget out of the capital contingency reserve. Moved by Councillor Seymour Fagan, second by Councillor Riley. Do you want to speak to it?
I'm just wondering if the director could pull it up and explain why it was on for 2020.
Sorry, I have Mike Farquhar right beside me, so I'll just let him answer that.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, there's a small section at the intersection of 121 and at the bridge where there's a handrail that needs to be replaced. And then there's a further section to the east from Bob Cajun Road going west, about 50 meters in length that rates as a 1 on our inventory rating.
Are you going to screen share something with us?
Sorry, I was just screen sharing the map in that general area.
Yeah, if you just show us the section, that's helpful.
Yeah, there you go. So hold on, Mike, go ahead. So it's, you want to use a mouse? Go ahead, use a mouse.
So the section is basically from this intersection on the north side of Monk Road or 503, and it runs west for about roughly 50 meters that needs to be replaced. There's also another section at the intersection of Monk Road, 503, and 121, right at the bridge at the intersection there as well. So we'd be replacing that, putting in pedestrian tactile plates, and fixing up the pedestrian handrail there as well.
And again, through you, Mr. Mayor, we have an annual sidewalk inspection program that my staff does, and these are identified as a 1 or 2s. Those are typically the condition rating, 1 being the lowest and 5 being the best. So we usually do the 1s or 2s in this program, so they would fall within that category. And again, if we don't do it, then our next our process is to spray paint the trip hazard or the area of concern, so that we inform the public of the trip hazard.
This is pretty close to Peterborough County. Any chance we can pawn it off on them?
So we do have a boundary road agreement, but I believe 503
So this is within our jurisdiction.
is within our jurisdiction.
I'm sorry to hear that. Thank you. Okay, so we have the motion on the floor. We have a mover, seconder. Any further questions on Monk Road? Call the question. All in favor? That's passed. Last one that we have on the sidewalk program is Green Street, Murray Street to number 3 Green Street in Fenland Falls. Again, $30,000 to include in the capital 2021 capital funded from the capital contingency reserve. Moved by Councillor Elmsley, seconded by Councillor Dunn. Do you want to speak to it?
I don't want it to be included because they're going to do Murray Street in 2022. They may as well do it all together. There's no point in doing the sidewalk and then wrecking the sidewalk when you do the road.
We just had that conversation. That's what Councillor Yeo asked. They're 2 totally separate projects. We just pulled it up on the screen. They're not related at all. Councillor or Director, can you, that's the question you asked. So.
Well, I know that's the question he asked, but I don't see how they do Murray Street and not affect the sidewalk.
Well, let's pull it up again and show you again, because it was quite clear they were totally separate. Director, can you pull it up again for Green Street, if you don't mind, and just show us the section?
You, Mr. Mayor, so when we do the reconstruction of Murray Street, our limits are going to be the intersection, so we won't transition back onto Green Street. So again, we would reconstruct the Murray Street at the intersection, stop short, like finish the radiuses and stop roughly around here, and then tie in the sidewalk either in year 2 or ahead of time, or vice versa. It doesn't really matter. We could do the sidewalk here, stop short, and then when we reconstruct Murray Street, we'll mobilize and come here. It's going to be 2 separate operations, right? Because our sidewalk contract, that's all they do is build sidewalks. We have 3 or 4 that have been successful in the last decade that get it every year. And that's all they do, concrete sidewalk and curb. Whereas our road reconstruction is more underground servicing, building the road. There's more traits or skill set in a road reconstruction. So there are 2 distinct processes, but we can combine them if required.
So a new, just for clarification then, a new sidewalk on Green Street in 2021 will not, reconstructing Murray Street in the future will not have any effect on the placement of a new sidewalk on Green Street in 2021, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
I was assuming they were going around the corner. So if not, yes, I will.
So you'll move that it be included?
Yeah.
Seconded by Councillor Dunn. That's what that was. Okay. Any further discussion? All in favor? That's passed. Thanks, gents. That's all the decision units I have. I'm afraid to ask if anybody has any other, but I guess in fairness, I should say, does anybody have anything else they want to bring forward? Councillor Yeo?
Yeah, and I don't know if we've had the conversation here, but there has been some talk of using the Economic Recovery Task Force monies, as we have been, and creating some sort of fund for the operation side of not-for-profits and charities and such. So I would like staff to come back in the new year at budget time with some sort of template, or I guess, on setting up some sort of fund to help these organizations on the operation side, as well as the capital side, which we already are.
I think, Councillor, and I'll just ask Ron to confirm that we've already given that direction, and those are going to come back in the new year, but now we've put this fund, pandemic relief and the contingency reserve aside. There's almost $1 million left in it. So when those reports come back for funding of operational programs, there's now some money that we can utilize for that without affecting future budgets. So that's all done. That direction's been given. Those templates are going to come back in the new year as part of the operating budget, correct? Have I missed anything, Ron? Nope. Okay, we're good. I think we're covered. I think we've covered it all. We did a good switch there. Any further comments or questions? Councillor Ashmore?
Just a comment there. I just wanted to mention, when we first looked at the budget, there was a line in there about a question I had about Omimi splash pad. Now, the comments in there from Community Services said that there was no interest at all in it, and I'll just read you something here. Just one sentence from a resident in Omimi. I would like to strongly request that you continue to advocate with the city to allocate funds for a splash pad in Omimi for our community as soon as possible. So this is something that I'm going to bring forward, as you suggest there in a memo, like in the first of the year. And it'll be a partnership between individuals, businesses, and community groups. So just wanted to put it out there that there is an expression of interest in the community for such a facility, and
I think from
putting
talking
it
to,
out there. Yeah.
I think from talking to staff, Ron, that they weren't aware of, any community group coming forward to say, we want to participate in a splash pad. So that's probably where that comment came from. But when you bring it forward in a memo, that will trigger that whole process, and then we can figure out where it goes from there. So I think you're on the right track. I just need some help with the motion, Director, we need for the capital budget as amended. So we've made all our decisions. What do we need? That the 2021 tax-supported capital budget as amended be approved? Is that all you need at this point? Okay. Councillor Yeo, Elmsley, any further questions, discussion? All in question?
Just a thank you, that's all. I'd like to thank Council, Mr. Mayor, for my perseverance here, and more importantly, the people in Omimi. They really appreciate that we've passed this, that we are passing it today, I can assure you that. And I just wanted to thank Council and staff for working with me here, and for Council approving it. I really do appreciate it, and the people in Omimi certainly appreciate it too. So it's a really much needed infrastructure that's been missing for a year and a half, but it's going to come next year, and it's come back and brand new, and I really want to express my thanks and gratitude to everybody here.
Thank you. Call the question. All in favor? That's passed. Confirming bylaw for today's proceedings. Councillor Dunn, Councillor Vail, all in favor? It's passed. Motion to adjourn. Councillor O'Reilly and Yeo, all in favor? We're adjourned. Thank you very much for your time today. Our next meeting is December 15th, a special council meeting for housing at noon. You're all required to be there as shareholders, and our regular council meeting begins at 1 o'clock. Your dividend checks will be part of that, yes. So make sure you wear your Christmas tie on that day.